We're going to wait.
Okay, Joanne's not here yet. Kathy's going to be late.
Of the Goffstown Zoning Board of Adjustment. Welcome to the meeting on 3 August. I'm going to start out with some introduction and instructions. The Goffstown Zoning Board is an elected board of 5 members and up to 5 appointed alternates. Currently, the board has 5 elected members and 2 alternates. If anyone is interested in serving on the ZBA, please see Derek Horn for more information, or tonight, Patty Gale. The board has a posted agenda for each meeting and tends to follow the items in order. The board will open the public hearing on an application to receive testimony from applicants, abutters, and affected parties, and ask questions about the appeal. The public hearing will then be closed, and the board will enter into a deliberative session to discuss the merits of the appeal. For each application, the board will decide to approve with conditions, deny, or continue to a later meeting. You are welcome to watch the deliberations this evening, or you can contact Derek Horn at Town Hall to get the results. For an applicant's request to be approved, there must be an affirmative vote of at least 3 members. An applicant can request a continuance if there is not a full 5-member board to act on an application. If you are aggrieved by a decision made by the ZBA tonight, you have the right to appeal to the Superior Court. However, before appealing to the Superior Court, you must request a rehearing with this board to preserve your right to appeal. Rehearing requests must be filed within 30 days of the decision and state all reasons why the decision was illegal or unreasonable. Failure to request a rehearing may forfeit your ability to appeal to Superior Court. And with that, I'd like to have the board introduce themselves, starting with Len.
Len Stewart, alternate.
Ed Lupi, member.
Gail LeBruck, member.
Kathy Hooten, member.
Patty Gale, staff.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a full agenda this evening. We have, first off, we're going to hopefully approve the minutes from the July 6th meeting. Anyone like to make a motion on those 6 pages of minutes?
I was here, so I'm not going to.
Oh,
I
okay.
wasn't here, so I'm not going to.
Having read them, not seen anything,
Okay.
I'll move that they be approved.
All right, any seconds? I'll make a second.
Okay.
And all those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays?
Abstaining.
Abstain.
2 abstentions, okay.
Okay. Should have asked if there was any comments, but I didn't see any comments. So with that, we have no other activities before the public hearings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 activities on the agenda this evening. We're going to take them in order. And just want to ask, since we have 6 on the agenda for this evening, we'll make comments as brief as possible, but we do want to hear from all the applicants, abutters, aggrieved parties, et cetera. So we want to make sure everybody's voice is heard, but we just want to reasonably step through it. So the first one on the docket is continued from the July 6, 2010 meeting. Jim and Karen Husjak, applicants, are seeking a variance to allow a porch and above-ground pool within the Wetlands and Surface Water Conservation District. The porch and above-ground pool are located approximately 48 feet from the limit of wetland within the Surface Water Conservation District. The variance is required because the land located within the 50 feet from the limit of the wetland is within the WSWC district, and section 13.3.5.2 of the zoning ordinance does not permit the construction of a structure within the WSWC district. The property is located at 64 Van Buren Circle, map 3, lot 59-39, in an agricultural district. And at the last meeting that we voted 3-0-0 that this application does not have a regional impact. And is that applicant returned this evening? Okay. I didn't recognize. So,
I can tell you, though, at Conservation, he was in attendance.
okay.
And the Conservation Commission voted to recommend that you grant the variance. And they never recommend. They usually say no issues or concerns, so.
Okay.
This
in
is a
case,
first.
They recommended. So we had left the public hearing open. We had heard from the applicant. I don't know if we need any more information from the applicant. Anybody?
No. I think we're basically waiting to hear from Conservation Commission if they have concerns.
Any concerns about acting on this without the applicant here?
Not for me.
Anyone? Patty, any issue with acting on it The person's
No,
not here?
no, it's 2 or 3 feet, and they weren't concerned with it.
Okay. All right, well, the applicant's not here, but I think he has just arrived.
There he is.
We had just, you may have a seat, you're, Yes. We had just mentioned that we opened up your application for public hearing. We heard from you last time. Patty Gale identified that the Conservation Commission at their meeting in July recommended your application be approved. I think you're aware of that.
Yes.
Did you have any additional comments before?
No, just apologize, I'm late. I coach football and they wouldn't let me go.
All right. Did you win?
No,
Practice?
it's just
They
practice.
tackle you?
So,
Okay,
no,
did-
I just, the Wetlands Commission had no issue with what we put forth, and so we'd like to, hopefully get the approval or whatnot tonight, so we're seeking, so we can move forward, get our
Right.
permits.
Okay. All right, anything else? Nothing else?
No, sir.
Okay.
I think I stated everything last time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Right.
And I want to say that being 4 active members on the board, and Len, if you would, are you able to, you read the minutes you said from? would
I
you
was
be able
here
to-
for the last meeting
You were here, yes.
as
So-
well, so I heard the entire debate.
You're good to
Live.
go then. Okay,
Right,
you
thank
may
you.
take a seat. Was there anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant? Anyone here to speak against the application? Any interested parties? All right, I think we're ready to close the public hearing.
I think so.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing for this application. I think we can deliberate and decide now. Are you comfortable with voting on this?
Well, I wasn't here for any of it last meeting, so I will probably abstain.
Okay. Kathy?
No, I read the minutes and I've read the application and I understand the issues that before them and I'm ready to vote.
Okay. All right, any discussion or motions on this application? They're requesting a variance to allow the porch and above-ground pool to remain where they are, which is a little bit too close to the water service, the wetland area.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance request, considering the Conservation Commission has no issues with the wetlands. I don't think it has other impacts to the neighborhood or anything, so I will.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, I have no issues beyond, I'm glad the Conservation Commission was able to look at that. And we have a first and a second motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against or abstain?
One abstention.
Okay. All right, congratulations.
Now just go get your permit, see what.
Hey, Joanne, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right. Okay, well, with Joanne here, Len, or you could go back to be alternate status, so you're okay?
Whatever.
Thanks for standing in on that vote. So we're going to go to the second application for this evening. It is Mary Ann McKenna, applicant, is seeking a variance to allow a handicapped ramp providing access to the existing single-family residence that will be set back approximately 8 feet from the front property line, whereas section 4.3 of the zoning ordinance requires a 35-foot front yard setback. The property is located at 204 Patty Hill Road, which is map 7, lot 99, in the agricultural district. Prior to the hearing, we need to vote on regional impact. Any comments or motions?
Make a motion that there's no regional impact.
I'll second.
Any discussion? The first and second that there is no regional impact. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against or abstention? All right. Do we have Mary Ann McKenna? Good evening.
Good evening.
Don't be nervous.
We don't fight.
You're here, just to remind everyone, and I skipped right through it, we have, if you haven't watched us on TV, you're sitting in the perfect spot for the camera,
Oh,
for everybody at home to hear you. and see you. And we want that to be happen so that people can watch and see you. So, and you are?
I'm Mary Ann McKenna.
And what would you like to?
I would like to build a handicap ramp that will be approximately 16 feet, not 8 feet, from the edge of the road. It's the only place we can build the ramp because if we went on the side of the house to the driveway, it would be so steep we'd never be able to get anybody up and down it. This way, if there's fire trucks, ambulance, whatever, can pull right up front and do whatever they're there to do, right out the front door. It's a medical necessity. My husband's in a wheelchair, so we need the ramp so he can get in and out of the house.
How long have you been living at this residence?
Since '93.
And so you're looking for a variance.
Correct.
And in looking at this, in the staff review, it doesn't require planning board, doesn't require conservation commission, but they do note that New Hampshire RSA 674:33, paragraph 5 provides that the ZBA can grant a variance without finding a hardship to allow for accessibility. And then further, the ZBA may but does not have to limit the variance to survive while the person needs use of the premises. We had instruction in there, so it's just a slightly modified application that you have to meet the standard for. Is there a desire that you want this variance to stay with the property after you need
No.
the property?
No, as I want it for as long as we're living there, and he needs access in a wheelchair.
Okay.
He may walk someday. We don't know.
Is it, what's the construction look like? Is it built at the end of the sidewalk, right near the street there, or?
No, it comes from the house out, and it's 16 feet from the edge of the road.
Oh, I see.
Pressure-treated wood. It was ADA specifications.
I see. It's to build at the front stoop
Correct.
of the house, correct? All right. Any questions?
Just to clarify something, you said 16 feet from the road, except your application is talking about an 8-foot setback from the front property line, so
The 8 feet in here, it's 16 feet. I think he misunderstood when I was talking to him. There's a telephone pole that's 8 feet, and there's one that's 6 feet from the edge of the road. But the ramp itself, the edge is 16 feet,
so the correct
approximately.
number for that setback would be 16 instead
Correct.
of 8 then.
Correct.
Can I just ask a follow-up?
Oh, absolutely.
Is it 16 feet to the edge of the pavement of the road?
Right. The
Okay.
edge of my side of the road, right to the edge of the pavement.
Okay, because the town would own the right-of-way, which would be wider than the paved area, so it's probably less than 16. It would
He
be
said-
to your property line, not necessarily the edge of the road.
Well, they told me 35 feet from the edge of the road. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Any other questions? So the variance normally requires 5 questions to be answered. One of them you don't have to answer is the hardship. And we talk about public interest, spirit of the ordinance, substantial justice, and values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. And I see you've answered all those, but do you believe that there's no negative public interests,
Correct.
substantial justice being done?
Yep.
No diminishment of surrounding property values and doing that? All right, I have no questions. Anyone? All right, well, thank you unless you had anything else, thank you.
No, that's
All right.
it. Thank you.
Anyone here wanting to speak on behalf of the applicant? Sir,
My name's Tim Redmond.
come on up. You know the drill.
Hi, Tim Redmond. I live at 4 Stinson Road. I'm a direct abutter, and I'm here to support their application. This is a very tight lot, and it's a very tough situation for this family, so I'd want to lend my support to the application.
Do you have any concern whether or not that ramp stays in place after they're done using it, or any preconditions like that you want in place?
I have no qualms about anything that they've done.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else here to speak on behalf of the applicant? Any abutters wanting to speak against the application? Any interested parties? All right, I think we covered every category of people. Any further questions before we close the public hearing? All right, we're going to close the public hearing, and I think we'll debate on this issue now. Any comments, motions?
I'll make a motion to approve the variance as presented for, it's for as long as the owners need it for.
So when they're done or moved out, or that the variance would go away then?
Right.
Okay. Is there any issue in how that is applied? Does that get put on the deed? Do you know how that works, Patty?
No, I don't, I've never, the variance usually when they build something is usually stays with the property, so I've never had the, I mean, 'cause it's gonna be there.
Right.
Unless you have them take it out. I don't really understand.
That we would have to take it out?
I mean, 'cause if it doesn't meet the setback and you allow it to come in by a variance, it's built.
Wouldn't it be recorded in the registry of deeds?
You could. You could. I don't know if someone buying the house later on would really, if they don't have the need for it, would want a handicap ramp there.
Then they could take it down.
Right. I mean, it doesn't
Somebody
matter
might
to
buy it
me.
specifically for the ramp.
Right. So, okay, I'll amend my motion. But just approve the variance as presented.
All right, and not limit it?
Right.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, any comments or further discussion on that? So we have a first, the motion is that we approve the variance, that there is no limitations, that this does not have to be taken down when the current users no longer need it. And where's the second? All right.
Yeah.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? All right, 5-0. Congratulations. You're welcome. So we go to the third application this evening. Lee Berard, applicant, is seeking a variance to use an existing space over a detached garage to operate an architect's office as a home occupation. A variance is required because the home occupation will be located in a detached accessory structure, whereas a permitted home occupation must be conducted entirely within the dwelling unit. Section 5.12 of the zoning ordinance is affected. Property is located at 180 Gorham Pond Road, which is map 7, lot 51-1 in the agricultural district. And prior to any public hearing, the ZBA needs to vote on a regional impact.
I make a motion to find that it does not have regional impact.
I'll second.
Any discussion? We have a first and second that it has no regional impact. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against or abstain? All right, on this application, staff review, the application was not forwarded to the planning board, was not forwarded to the Conservation Commission. And then further information, the applicant received a special exemption in April of '05 to construct an accessory dwelling unit in the residence constructed in 2005, 2006. Is someone here to represent the application? Sir, please come forward, state your name.
Hi, excuse me, I'm Lee Berard, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, staff. I live at 180 Gorham Pond Road. I bought the property 5 years ago and made renovations and moved my mom in there. An existing building that was there when I bought it is a two-car garage with the room over improved and is a heated working space and was used as an artist's studio. So it is currently all electrified and insulated accessory stairs for its previous use. What I would be doing is moving in a small amount of equipment, computers, printers, those odds and ends, and just turning the lights on and reusing it as an architect's office. I would believe the structure has been there for 10 or 12 years. Again, that would be 5 or 6 years previous to my purchase of the property. I believe they made this garage separate from the house because it's a hillside lot, and the contours of the property had the owners believing the best way to work it out was to put a garage halfway up the driveway, if you will, on the hillside, halfway to the house, which is a little higher on the hillside.
Okay.
I believe I read somewheres here that this is your occupation?
It is, yes.
All right, so you're seeking a variance, and one of the big variance questions is why this property? You talked about the sloping hillside. If this were a garage attached to your home, would this be an issue at all?
I believe not, because it's pretty clear in the ordinance that the wish is for it to be attached directly to the house, and in this case, the garage, as bought, was not attached. Albeit, it had the totally improved space from its previous use as a home occupation. I researched the previous use, speaking with the previous owners, and it appears that when they got the building permit to build the garage, they also got the permit to improve and build out the space as such. And in some manner, both permits for the structure and for the home occupation were all at once, in some manner.
Okay. All right, anyone have any questions? Len?
In reading your application, you mentioned it was a home. Do you know if it was a registered home occupation with the town previous? Or it was just sort of a hobby space for the previous owner as artistic activities?
I didn't research that. I went as far as asking the previous occupants about having made a permit application, and they told me no. So a home occupation permit application, and they told me no.
I'm not sure how long with the requirement for registration of home applications has been in force, and that was, as I say, wondering if it had been a registered home occupation previously.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I just
Go
have
ahead.
one question. Will there be any other employees?
There is, but what's going on is with the computers, those one is a business partner, one is an employee, and out of a full-day work week, they may be there 2.5 days each, because we can work off-site with our computers. So it would be low impact, the point being, cars, parking.
I'm assuming by looking at this plan that you have ample area for parking.
Yes, right.
Okay. Are there restroom facilities in the building?
Not in the building, but adjacent to the building. There's a mudroom common to the house and the little in-law apartment.
Okay.
Do you foresee an expansion of the business?
Not by much with its 450 square feet that is up there. It would be a move out again from what I've got right now is rented offices, and what with all kinds of economic conditions and everything, this appears to be a reasonable short-term option. So once we would expand, we'd be back out and looking down the road at rented space.
So you're looking at yourself and 2 other employees?
Myself, my business partner, one other that is an employee, and on average, each one of them about 2.5 days a week. There might be the occasional meeting with a customer, a client.
In the application, you spoke to that would not be contrary to public interest. You talked about the spirit of the ordinance wouldn't be upset, that it would do substantial justice to yourself, and that it would not diminish surrounding property values.
There would be no signage, no changes, absolutely no, at most a plowed path where before we just let the snow pile up, and that would be about the only physical change of any kind.
All right. Anyone else have any remaining questions for Mr. Farrar? All right, thank you. Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant? Anyone here to, any abutters here to speak against the application? Any interested parties? Anyone at all? Okay. Any concerns with closing the public hearing and addressing? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on this application. Open to discussion, motions.
I make a motion to approve as presented. I think this is a good use of the building. It's quiet. There was a home occupation there previously, or a hobby type business. I think she did do it as give a talk as an occupation. I think she did sell her paintings. And I think the town needs to relook at the number of people that want to do home occupations, because it's increasing, and I think we need to, be more willing to allow it to happen.
Make sure we're not an over
Right.
impediment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any seconds?
I'll second it.
Okay. I think that the variance criteria are met as well, including the hardship and the fact that the slope and the angling of this property put the garage in that location, that whereas if this garage was attached to the home, there wouldn't be an issue at all. And I have no issues. Any other discussion before we vote? All right, do we have a motion and a second to approve the variance as requested? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? 5-0. Congratulations. That's it? Thank you.
The next one, Matt Peterson on Woodland Design, had called me and asked if he wasn't here, if we could take it up last, because he's coming from another meeting, trying to get here.
Okay, we can do
The
that.
owner's here, but he just had called and asked that if he could be last if he wasn't here when.
So the applicant is not here.
The applicant is here,
Okay.
but his engineer is not.
Okay. All right, I think we can do that. We'll take it out of order unless anybody has an issue. All right, so we're going to come back to the Brookfield Investment Group. You don't have to step down yet. So we're going to go to the next application on the docket. And I think you're stepping down on this.
The
Is this
Centerville one?
No, I'm
No.
sorry. You're on the arms one.
I'm on the last one.
You're on the last.
Centerville.
So we have
Second to last now.
Roland and Susan Centerville, applicants, are seeking a special exception and variance to develop a non-conforming lot and add a dwelling unit to a lot that currently has a single-family dwelling with attached accessory dwelling unit. The resulting structure will be a two-family dwelling with attached accessory dwelling unit. A special exception to develop the non-conforming lot is authorized by Section 14.7.3 of the zoning ordinance. The lot is non-conforming because it currently has 90 feet of frontage, whereas Section 4.3 requires 100 feet of frontage. A variance is required because Section 5.2 requires that accessory attached dwelling units be attached to a single-family dwellings only, and the proposed development will result in a two-family dwelling with an attached accessory dwelling unit. The property is located at 36 St. Anselm's Drive, map 13, lot 10, in the residential 2 district. Prior to the public hearing, the ZBA needs to vote on regional impact.
I make a motion that it has no regional impact.
Is this the lot?
I don't know.
Any seconds on the regional impact?
I'll second that.
Second.
All right. Gail beat you to it, Joanne. Any comments? We have a motion to, has no regional impact. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Abstain or against. All right. So, let's look at the right ones. So who do we have here speaking on behalf of this application? Sir, please come forward, state your name.
Hi, my name is Roland Centerville. I live at 40 St. Anselm's Drive. I also own the property at 36 St. Anselm's Drive. The property at 36 St. Anselm's Drive is kind of into, I guess what I'd say, the third phase. Since we've bought the house, I've added a studio apartment to it. That maintained the square footage of 650 square feet. Since then, we've decided to finish off the basement. The basement is the equivalent to about 1,000 to 1,100 square feet of open space. I've talked to different people in the town so far. I've talked to Mark Tessier, Brian Rose, Derek Horn, Lieutenant Connors for Fire and Safety. I've been in contact with the sewer department, so I actually know what the hookup charges are going to be. I've tried to keep everybody in the loop as to exactly what we're trying to do with the property. As far as the property itself goes, there's already parking for 6 vehicles in the front of the building. The footprint of the building itself will not change. The only appearance to the front of the building will be where there is a garage door at this point in time. That'll be removed, and there'll be 2 windows in there, as that'll become one of the bedrooms. Other than that, I'm not sure what else to add to it.
All right, so you're asking for a couple of different things. You're asking for a special exception, you're asking for a variance.
So the variance, because I'm missing the frontage by 10 feet.
Actually, that's part's the special exception.
Okay.
The 90 feet whereas requires 100 feet, that's a special exception to develop on the non-conforming lot. And then the variance is required because you are wanting in a second dwelling unit with an attached accessory dwelling unit.
Right. So at this point, when you originally built the studio apartment, right, we had to maintain the square footage of 650 square feet. Last year, I added a room to that to bring it up to the total of 650 square feet. So since I wasn't able to actually take that room and make that room into another unit per se as an apartment, so now it's like, okay, so if I take the main part of the house, the upper level would be 1 unit, the basement would be another unit. So I'm asking for the board to look at it as, I'm looking to get the 2 units, one on top of each other with the attached auxiliary apartment. And I know the way the ordinance is written, it should be a single family with an auxiliary apartment attached to it as opposed to a 2-family.
Right, because right now you have a single family home with an attached accessory dwelling unit, correct?
Yes.
That's what I saw on the GIS map.
How do you differentiate this from a multifamily?
Well, the reason why I think you differentiate it is because of the simple fact that the auxiliary apartment is 650 square feet. It's not, you don't have the same square footage that you would have as a single unit. For example, the upstairs part of the house is like 1,000 square feet. The basement is going to be 1,000 to 1,100 square feet. Those would be, to the best of my knowledge, considered an apartment size. The auxiliary apartment will never be more than 650 square feet. So you can't really, if you were trying to rent it, you can't really rent it as an apartment. You'd be renting it as a studio apartment.
But it is a residential dwelling.
Yes.
So you are looking to have 3 residential dwellings on this parcel.
The difference is that if you were to classify them as 3 units, okay, it would fall into the category of being commercial, okay? I don't want it to go into the realm of being commercial because I don't think it is commercial. I still don't. I understand what you're saying, but I don't consider it 3 units.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand where you believe it would be commercial.
Well, because when you go into the 3 apartment building, it now falls into the realm of being commercial.
It appears to me to fall into the realm of a residential 2 zone with a possibility of being a multifamily.
You don't know when.
I did that, and I just want to,
Well,
the concept, I seem to be,
No, I'll try and clarify it if I can. When I went and spoke with Brian and Derek, okay, they were the ones that helped me draft this up, okay? And the way it was drafted up was to be presented as a two-family with an auxiliary unit attached to it. Now, the only exception was originally when it was done as a single family with an auxiliary unit attached to it. So alls we're trying to do at this point in time is just basically finish the basement off and make it a two-family with an auxiliary,
So where does the owner live?
right next door, at 40 St. Anselm's Drive.
Isn't the requirement that with an accessory attached dwelling unit, the owner lives either in the accessory attached or in the main home?
You have me on that one. I know when I went for the variance the first time around, it was approved. And I didn't live there at the time. My daughter lives in the auxiliary apartment right now,
Is she an owner?
by default.
It says the single-family residence or the accessory dwelling shall be and shall remain owner occupied.
So I was surprised when you said you lived at 40 St. Anselm's when the application was for 30.
Okay, but you have to go back to, it wasn't that long ago when I did the original variance to try and get this approved to have the auxiliary apartment put in there. At the time, I still owned the property, okay? I still lived at 40 St. Anselm's Drive. It went to the zoning board for approval back then, and I didn't live in the house then.
The question may not have been asked.
Can we get the minutes to that meeting?
What year was that?
It was 2005, I believe.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Sure. It says in the ordinance that you're supposed to have interior access between the accessory structure and the main unit. Is there access in between that the people can go back and forth?
The way this is being laid out is if you can visualize the main part of the building, okay, has its own entrance and exits. It's got two means of egress. The studio apartment has two means of egress, and the basement has two means of egress. The power plant, if you will, where the furnaces are and stuff like that, are all accessible to all of the tenants.
So where are the accessory apartments means of egress?
The front of the building and the back of the building.
Because it also says that that you're not supposed to have a new exterior entrance in the front for an accessory structure.
There is no new entrance in the front.
So was this entrance
That
there?
was always there, yes.
So this portion that you added on,
The portion right there was never added on. That actually was a garage.
and it always had a door, a regular door?
Yes, ma'am. So since then, I've had Lieutenant Connor come through, and he actually walked the building with me, and we went through it for life and safety issues. And any of the people that I had mentioned previous, other than Brian, have actually walked the property and walked the inside of the house and have never come up with a concern as far as anything.
how much property do you own with that? What is the size of that lot? Maybe
It's 90 by 200, I believe. So according to Derek, excuse me, I'm capable of putting 6 units on that property
Based on acreage.
based on acreage.
Is there anything that says that the parking has to be, so that people can get in and out instead of being boxed in with cars behind them?
Can 6 cars park there all at the same time without boxing anybody in?
Well, 6 cars parked there, but they park one in front of each other, so, I mean, if the car in front needs to move, the car in back has to move to let them out.
when he says that you have the ability to put 6 units on it, is he using the multifamily calculations in that figure?
No, I think he was just actually using the amount of property available in the back lot to say you're entitled to put in 6 units in there?
You said 90 feet by 200 feet?
Yes. Not that I'm trying to put in 6 units in there, mind you. This is kind of my last hurrah here. I'd like to finish off the basement, and then I consider it kind of done. So by all means, I'm not looking to add 6 units to this.
I think what we're trying to identify is a question that Kathy asked, is this commercial or is this your home?
I guess, if I may, Kevin, to pose the other question, you said 1 unit, if you have an auxiliary unit that's occupied with your daughter, the other one is a rental unit?
Yes, yes.
And if you were allowed to put a 3rd unit in the building, that would also become a rental property?
It would.
Where's the scale?
Just .77 acre, 33.
Does your request still stand? Would you like to see the minutes from the 2005 ZBA?
So the one more thing I'd like to add to this is that throughout this whole process now, the town has basically restricted me to keeping the studio apartment a studio apartment. So they've kind of put me into this position here too in a roundabout way where they said, okay, because back in 2005, originally starting out with Ed Nevue, this was going to be a three family up at that point in time, and the studio apartment was going to be more than 650 square feet. But that all kind of got changed a little bit back in 2005, so they kind of kept me to the footprint of the building and said, okay, this is going to stay a studio apartment, and it did. So at the time, we just kind of ran out of funds to finish off the basement, and now that we have a little bit more funds to finish it off, we're looking at going down that avenue. But bearing in mind that the town actually kept me to keeping that as an auxiliary apartment,
Instead of doing what?
instead of actually making it a full-size apartment.
Making it a second dwelling unit?
Yes.
Could you at that time then done the basement and made it a full-size apartment and thought about the studio afterwards? You took your choices then, didn't you?
It was going to be done in phases. It was going to be done like the upper level was going to be done so I could get rent out of it. So the main part of the house was redone so that I could, number one, have income. The next time around, we went into the studio apartment because my daughter started going to St. Anselm's College. So the deal for her was she wanted to move out of the house. We wanted to keep her close by. We sent her to school across the street, and she lived in a studio apartment across the street to this day. So that's kind of how we ended up where we ended up, as opposed to finishing the basement off first and then finishing the studio apartment.
But your principal use here isn't your own residential property.
No, but since I've built the studio, I mean, there's been a family member living in that house. Now, you can say, is it a direct owner? Well, not a direct owner. If you looked at the deed, her name's not on the deed, but by default, she'll be the owner.
Or if we fast forward 4 years and she's no longer going to school there, she's not.
She's out of school. She graduated last year, so she's there until, I'll use the terminology other people use, till the economy turns around and she can afford to go out on her own, which, who knows, could be next year, could be 10 years from now.
You have no requirement or no understanding that a family member has to stay there.
Correct.
It's not a family member, it's the owner.
Right, I understand, but his concept was a family member being there.
Okay.
Patty, do you know if that was in the ordinances back in 2005?
No, I don't, whether they were required to live there. I do believe it was. It's always been in there.
That's what I thought.
If you have a concern whether this is now considered like a three-family, I gave her the section that relates to if they have 20,000 square feet and they meet the zoning, they can have 4 dwelling units. Even on here, 2-family. I'm trying to figure out what the interpretation was. I'm not the one who did the interpretation on this. And then he quoted section 15.3.75 of why, because it does not involve a commercial or industrial use or a multifamily use that would require site plan approval.
It does say, though, here that if he has both public utilities and then the minimum lot size would only be 10, he could have 8 buildable, well, it goes by this formula, so I don't know. The maximum is 8. I don't know what the exact number would be. You'd have to figure it out, but
Because even when I went to like Illinois in the sewer department, right? So after talking with Brian and Derek, I kind of swung over and talked to her about it, right? So she actually was able to give me the pricing as to what it was going to cost me for the sewer hookup as opposed to going into the commercial level, right? So for going in for what I'm looking to do, it was going to cost me, $5,000 to hook up for it as opposed to the $7,500 at the commercial level for what we'll call 3 apartments as opposed to what I'm saying.
I think that line is very,
It's in R2.
I think you're trying to stay on a line that I'm not sure is there, is that if you have no guarantee that a family member lives there or an owner lives there, why shouldn't it be called a commercial property when you're renting it out, when the intended purpose is to rent it out?
I think, well, I suppose this is more for deliberations, but I think, it's not a commercial property because it's in a residential zone, but he is using a commercial or investment use. And the zoning ordinance says that the owner is supposed to be a resident in the main unit or the auxiliary.
Correct.
So,
I think the big hang-up here is the fact that the smaller unit is being called an accessory apartment. If the building itself was just called a 2-family, and now he wants to make it a 3-family, he wouldn't have to live there. And I think that's where the big hang-up is, because if it's an accessory, then he has to live in the building.
So do we think part of the confusion is that the town thought he was living there? And so when they're walking him through what he could do and what he can't?
I can tell you right now, in 2005, the town never thought I was living there because when I had Ed go through there, we walked through empty buildings. There was nobody in any of this building at all. So Ed was well aware of the fact that there was nobody in there. Derek, I think, was at the town at the time too, and they were all well aware that nobody was there.
But in a multifamily, I think there's a minimum unit size.
And I think that's where Derek was coming in with the minimum unit size, and that's why I keep bringing up to 650 square feet.
The minimum dwelling unit, well, let me back up. This is under multifamily dwellings.
Which paragraph are you
It's
on?
on page 24, section 4, and then 4.4.3. And it says the minimum dwelling unit size is 800 square feet. In the event that an existing residential structure is converted to a multifamily, or if already converted, and additional dwelling units are added. So the smaller apartment would not qualify under this. So he would have to either get a variance for that or enlarge that unit. I think he needs to go back and talk to Derek.
No, because I think Derek was quoting exactly what you're quoting. And it all came down to the fact.
Even if we wanted to approve you tonight, we can't, because since you're not the owner of the property, you would then have to not the owner, I'm sorry, take that back. You are the owner, but you don't live in the house. According to our regulations, you would have to live there, and you haven't applied for a variance for that section. So you either have to ask for another variance on top of what you've already asked for, or reconfigure your application to asking to be converted to a multifamily.
Let me just get this straight first, okay? So the square footage that you were talking about as far as being what you actually consider a multifamily, right, of the 850 minimum, okay?
800.
800 minimum, okay? So now I take an auxiliary apartment that the town has made sure that I don't exceed the 650 square feet. And part of your suggestion was that I add on to this to make it bigger?
No, that you make that unit larger, not saying you add on to your structure, but just make that unit another 150 or however, whatever you're lacking.
But
But the
it
town, you're saying
can't,
the town is the one that limited him to keeping that unit at 650 square
Right,
feet.
because I'm just guessing, I wasn't
Yes.
there, but he
Right.
probably came in and said, I want an accessory unit.
Yeah.
At the time, that's what he asked for, and that's what they gave him, which has a maximum of, I
Right.
believe it's 650 square feet.
That's how I interpret what's going on as
So
well.
now it's really not an accessory unit any longer. It's another apartment that now he's calling a studio. So he either needs a variance to have to change that building into a multifamily, and that one unit is smaller than what's it's supposed to be.
but physically, the property won't allow you to make that any bigger now.
I'm talking about on the inside. You can't go into the other unit.
No.
Then you-
Structurally, the way the house is constructed, the dimensions that there are for square footages in each unit won't allow you to pick up 100 square feet off the other building.
Then you're either going to need a variance for allowing what you want here and the fact that you don't live there, or you need a variance to turn this into a multifamily, and then you need the
With a
approval for the...
non-conforming apartment.
Exactly. Spit it out, Joanne. Because it says here, under section 4, dimensional standards, multifamily dwellings shall comply with the requirements of maximum lot coverage as specified in 4.3, and with the dimensional standards for minimum lot size. Now, I didn't look at any of that, so you also have to comply with that. Minimum lot frontage, yard requirements, maximum height, blah, blah, blah. Number of units. In no case shall a multifamily except a bona fide student dormitory contain more than 12, which that's not you. And then it says the minimum dwelling unit size is 800 square feet in the event that an existing residential structure is converted to a multifamily, or if additional units are added. The minimum dwelling unit size is 800 in the event that an existing non-residential structure is converted, or if already converted additional dwelling units are added.
Is that the total size of the whole building, or does
No,
that mean
each unit.
Each unit.
Yeah, can't be less than 800.
If I make it, I mean, are we dealing with two different numbers here? Is 650 the limit we're talking about for accessory
That's right,
structure?
yes.
Correct.
But
800 is the
because
minimum for
but if you're going to
multifamily.
do it as converting it to a multifamily, then you've got to have a minimum of 800 in that unit. And I
Right.
think that's where the
And he,
hang up here is here. We're trying to do it both ways.
right, and he
Convert to
can't
multifamily and keep it
he
at
can't-
650.
just leave it the way it is tonight because he doesn't meet the requirement of living in the home.
Which I go back to 2005, when it was approved back in 2005.
Unfortunately, we don't have that information in front of us, so we don't know what happened in 2005.
Okay, so just hypothetically, so
We can't base it on hypothetically.
okay, so tomorrow we can get the information on what happened in 2005, right? Does that change anything for me?
You're still changing, you're changing it now, so I think whatever is in the zoning ordinance today, you'd have to comply with. You're changing it, you're adding another dwelling unit. To be considered as an accessory dwelling unit to a two-family.
Were you aware in 2005 that when you had a accessory dwelling unit of 650 square feet, that you had a reduced rate on your sewer bills?
Yeah, you could have fooled me.
So I think you've made statements on that the town has restricted you and the town
Absolutely.
has made you. Just want to be
Absolutely.
aware is that we're interpreting what the town, and in this case, the people who voted for the zoning ordinance levied on us. So we're trying to interpret them to help you do what you want to do, but there are limitations. We all
Understood.
can't do anything that, just what we want to. So we're trying to help you
Understood.
decide what you wanted to do and try to work through it here with you. And so Derek and Brian and Patty and everybody helped you as well. But I think from what I'm hearing is that one thing that probably didn't come out was you don't live at that property. I think that is the crux of the weaving of the arguments was somebody assumed you lived at that property based on an assumption or a statement that was made. And so just the application, when you say the owner is making this, generally we assume the owner is the person who lives there. So unless you make the statement like you did starting out tonight, it doesn't come through because the owner is not living there. So
Yeah, I would think in the ZBA application, it would come out when they mail it to the owner's mailing address, and it's not the same as the residential that's being changed.
could be.
Can I just make an observation? I wonder what happens if someone owns a home, puts in an accessory structure, and then decides to move, but continues to own the home, rents it out. Then what happens? Do they have to tear out the apartment? I mean, I know you don't have the answer. I'm just wondering what happens in a case like that. And I don't think that was this case, because I don't think he ever lived there. But I'm just wondering, like, how do they enforce that? It seems like
No clue.
funny kind of
Right.
rule.
Because that's not a time-limited variance either,
Right.
like we just heard for
Right.
the ramp, where you could limit it. There you get it, it's
Yeah.
approved, it's built, nobody checks you. Unless they come and complain to Derek with
Right.
the zoning thing, then they probably could enforce it that, hey, the owner is not living there anymore.
But then what would you do? Is the town really going to make someone tear out the apartment?
You have to send a notice of violation, that they're in violation of the zoning ordinances.
I don't know.
You know, and then what do? The only recourse would be to come in and get a variance.
To allow somebody
This
to use
doesn't make
this.
any sense.
Otherwise, you couldn't allow someone to live in the accessory dwelling unit.
Right.
That's not the owner.
Mhm.
I mean, the owner could always have extra rooms and treat that as part of their house.
Well, I think the intent years ago, when they allowed accessory apartments, was if your mother-in-law or whoever moved in and,
Where it's family, but not immediate
yeah,
family.
but they've gotten away from that now, because there's no way to enforce it, no way to really know what's going on.
And we haven't faced that in recent memory again.
Well,
Okay, so we've heard your side of the story. Any other questions for Mr. Berard here before we step through? I'm sorry, Mr. Seneville, what you want to do here?
No, I think we need to get more information, and Mr. Senneville needs to go back and figure this out with Derek.
Because
and come back again.
you can look at the minutes, and if there's something like they knew when they granted him a variance for that he didn't live there, if that was in place then. If it wasn't, then I guess it would be grandfather, that he wasn't living there. And if it is necessary that he does need it, you could always continue it to your next meeting pending that his application is revised and you re-notify for the second variance.
I'd like to continue.
So if we went with the first, that there was something in the minutes that they granted that,
He'd just come back in, he wouldn't have to re-notify.
this would meet
Would be-
the requirements that we would need. And that, yeah, I think this application then would be sufficient if that was in that.
Well,
I mean,
I'd like, because of the confusion, I would like to eliminate any additional expense to Mr. Senneville, if possible, due to the confusion. I don't think you should have to pay to.
Well, if he has to add on to the variance request, then he's gonna have to send out notice again, no?
We wouldn't know that until next month.
Well, Derek, if he sees that something's in there, and if there's nothing in there, says, oh, you did need the second variance, then you can automatically re-notify.
Yeah.
He can re-notify the application, he has enough time to do that for the next meeting.
Yeah, but it also, I mean, I agree with you that Derek has the ability to make the opinion as to what he needs, but it is always the board that has the final say as to what it is.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to make that perfectly clear that we,
But also, should he have to pay if he wasn't instructed properly?
that's my concern. That's my concern.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna make that judgment tonight.
No, I would like
I
to.
am not gonna erase anybody's bills at this point, so.
And I was just referring to if there's actually a variance was granted in
Yeah.
2005, knowing that he didn't live there,
Right.
then he did get that. We just don't have that information to tell you.
Okay.
That's all I was saying with,
All right, thank you. We're gonna talk about it a little bit
Okay.
more here.
Yep, thank you.
Is there any purpose for hearing anybody else? I don't think there's any purpose to opening up to the audience or anything like that.
Oh, if they came tonight,
Mhm.
I think you should.
Yeah, if they're here, then they don't have to come back.
Okay, all right. Okay, anybody here to speak on behalf of the application or the applicant? Any abutters who are speaking against the application or interested parties on the Centerville application? All right. So no one's here to speak, but I don't think we want to close the public hearing on it yet.
No. I make a motion, we continue the public hearing to our September meeting,
I'll second it.
September
Okay.
2nd.
And with the express interest that have Derek look at what was in the variance, what was the application that was made in 2005, and he can help Mr. Centerville out.
But we all will.
But we want to,
We all will. I want clarity on that.
yeah.
I'd like to know also, from the beginning, when that accessory apartment came in, and was it a garage, and did it have its own entrance, and
How
So
do-
a history of the property,
everything, yeah.
A
configuration, and
timeline.
what was approved. Anything else we want to add to this that we want to find out?
Especially the time that covers it.
Okay, so we're going to keep the public hearing open.
I made a motion. Did anybody second it?
No,
I'll
not yet.
second.
Yeah,
Yeah, I did.
Ed did.
All right. So Kathy first, Ed second, to continue to the September meeting.
Yes.
Keep the public hearing open, asking for the additional information.
Did you say September 2nd?
That's what, yeah.
That's, it's not a holiday, Labor Day is a
I don't know,
holiday,
yeah.
It's after that.
Yeah, the meeting's after that. I think the 6th
That's
is-
why I
No,
left it
Labor Day
vague
is
as a
after that.
September meeting.
Oh, yeah, Labor Day's
Sorry,
after that.
September monthly meeting,
Yeah.
that's why I was vague on it because I don't know the date.
Wait a minute, if the second,
I think so,
Labor Day
yeah.
would be the first, if,
No, Labor Day is not the first.
Labor Day is.
It's
Labor Day,
later in the
Monday
month.
is
Usually the
6th.
first
All
Monday.
right, we're going to figure this out.
So,
He has
Seventh.
down,
First
the next
Thursday will be
meeting
the
is September 7th.
Oh, okay.
September 7th,
September 7th.
Look at that, because the first is on a Wednesday.
day after Labor Day.
okay.
We'll be all rested and tanned.
yeah,
Maybe you will be.
Not me.
I'll never be tan.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Mr. Centerville, we'll hear from you next month. Thank you.
I don't have this paperwork.
Okay.
No, we're going to mine next, and
Are we
because
going to ours next?
Matt's got, there's one on
Not
you.
sure. Is,
No,
Patty, is
Lisa's here.
everybody here for the,
Matt's out in the hallway.
Yeah.
It's fine with going last,
he's fine with going last.
unless
That's all right, they can go before us, that's okay.
you go first or last. It's up to you guys.
All right, he's gonna go last. Because he's out there in the hallway. Okay, so, we're going to the last, the application. Michael Arms, applicant, is seeking a special exception and variances to allow the raising and keeping of poultry and livestock on a property with an existing single-family dwelling. The applicant is seeking to maintain a flock of 10 to 25 hens and no more than 5 goats, of which 4 female and 1 neutered male. Section 3.11.j.4 of the zoning ordinance authorizes the special exception to raise and keep poultry and livestock on a lot in the residential 1 district. A variance from section 3.7 of the ordinance is required because raising and keeping poultry and livestock on the same lot as a single-family dwelling constitutes multiple principal uses on a lot, which is not permitted in the residential 1 district. The applicant is also seeking a variance because the structures housing the animals are located 8 feet from the side property line, whereas section 4.3 of the zoning ordinance requires a 15-foot side yard setback. The property is located at 120 Mountain Road, which is map 4, lot 81, in the residential 1 district. The property is owned by Michael and Lisa Arms. And before we hear it, prior to the public hearing, the ZBA needs to vote on a regional impact.
I need to recuse myself, I'm in a butter.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. With that, Len, can you please step up to hear this application?
certainly.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to find that the application has no regional impact.
Okay,
Second.
I'm gonna give it to Len.
He was quick.
Stepping up.
Good job.
So we have, any discussion? We have a motion that it does not have regional impact. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed or abstained? 5-0. So we have the applicant here this evening?
Yes, sir.
Please come forward, state your name.
am Michael Arms, homeowner at 120 Mountain Road. I'd like to introduce my wife, Lisa, and our son Bradley, and my daughter Laurel, Kira, and Elena.
Okay.
And also we have a local goat expert here tonight, Laura Whitlock. And she actually brought a goat with her, and it's out in the parking lot. So if there's any questions or myths that still need to be dispelled, we have the data to do that.
Okay.
We're here tonight requesting a special exception and variance for the purpose of raising and keeping livestock and poultry on our residential one lot. This request is reasonable and similar to other approvals the zoning board has previously given to residents like us who simply want to raise our food in a safe and controlled manner. The term livestock doesn't quite fit our 3 goats and 13 chickens, which we consider our pets. The goats are all vaccinated for rabies. They have tattoo for identification purposes, and they all have names and are well cared for. They provide our family's eggs and dairy products, which helps lessen our impact on the environment, and allows us to live a more sustainable lifestyle. We know where our food comes from, and we take an active part in that purpose. And also our children know that chicken is not from a McNugget. Our small homestead has been inspected twice by the town health inspector, Mr. Mark Tesser. His findings are included in our application, but in general state our animals are well cared for and present no offensive odors or noise. We are not unique in choosing this way of life. Many families are beginning to take control of their food choices, and in fact our local Ace Hardware store is aware of this. On Sunday I spoke to Sandy Brown, who's the co-owner of Ace, and she told me that they typically sell over 1,000 chickens a year, in addition to selling a full range of agricultural products like animal feed, medications, and livestock fencing. Goffstown is in fact a rural community with all the nature that comes with it. We have bears, moose, deer, coyotes, all in our neighborhood. There are large tracts of undeveloped land, and according to the 2008 master plan, the majority of residents want to keep Goffstown's rural character intact. My immediate neighborhood has changed very little in over 40 years and is buffered by the vast Uncanunic Mountain Conservation Area. And in fact, one of my abutters is partially zoned in the Conservation District and is fully permitted by right to do exactly what we're requesting here tonight. Our goal for this evening is that we will be granted our special exception and variance with the conditions set forth by the zoning board. In addition, we also want to mitigate any concerns the abutters have. I mean, our lifestyle does not need to be theirs. But at the same time, we don't want to take away our ability to continue to raise and support our family by gardening and taking care of animals. With that. Thank you.
All right, anyone have any questions? Mr. Arms?
Let me ask one thing, if we can establish a timeline. How long have you owned the property for, and at what point did you start bringing in chicken and goats and raising them on the property?
We purchased the property in February of 2007, and we added 12 chickens roughly, I believe, March, April of that year. We've had chickens almost the entire time we've lived there. The goats were added in May of this year.
Why are you, if you have that many chickens and goats, why are you asking for 10 to 25 hens and no more than 5 goats? Why not what you have?
Well, obviously, after seeing some of the minutes from previous meetings, I fully expect that I will not get exactly what I want. So I would rather err on the side of high than go in just exactly what we have and be diminished.
So you're a tough negotiator, then you start from a strong position. And
well, the chickens, for example, as they get older, they diminish their egg count. I mean, right now we have a pretty frugal supply of eggs. I mean, if we have a big Saturday breakfast, we're in trouble for eggs for pretty much the whole week. So as they get older, they lay less and less eggs, and there'll probably be an overlap of 3 flocks of various ages just to keep the egg supply more or less within our, family consumption. And then the goats, you have to rotate the dairy goats. Obviously you can't milk one goat forever.
So, to be clear, you've asked for 2 variances and a special exception. The first, one variance is just simply because you're too close to the side property line.
Yes, sir.
I would say a harder one to meet is the variance to allow for 2 principal uses on a lot. In this case, as Derek, when he reviewed the material, saw that you have a principal use as a home, and then you're doing livestock raising as a second principal use. And then the special exception was if you were to get approved for that second principal use, you would need a special exception to have that activity in a residential 2 district.
Residential 1, sir.
I'm sorry, residential 1. And so it has to be kind of that sequence where you'd have to be granted that first variance, and then subsequently you could apply for that special exception. How is this application similar to the previous activity that you referenced that the ZBA granted? How is it dissimilar?
Well, I think the one dissimilar would be the fact that we do have livestock, and the previous 3 cases that you voted 5-0 in favor of the applicant were all chickens only, and the numbers of approved chickens varied from 10 to 24. With Ms. Pichette being the latest approved application, and she actually is zoned residential 2 in a multifamily lot, which is much smaller than ours. So I think in some ways, the chicken issue's been pretty well settled law to me. I think there's still a huge difference between zoning board, whether it's 2 permitted uses or permitted use and a special exception. I'm not convinced that we're asking for a variance to raise chickens and goats on our property. To me, that's a technicality that you guys have to look at the zoning ordinance about. And then in addition to the 15-foot side yard setback, we're fully capable and willing to move it. We can meet 50 feet setbacks if needed. We have that flexibility. So to me, the variance, I only did it because Mr. Horn stated in his review of my application originally that I had to do that in order to keep this moving forward.
So one of the most previous one that you talked to, the Ms. Plachette one, we actually made a decision as the board that wasn't a principal use, that was an accessory use. Do you make that same claim here, that what you have is essentially not a very large operation, it's not a principal use but an accessory use?
Yes, sir. That was my original statement, and a notification from Mr. Horns basically stated that I hadn't, essentially gave me no choice. He said essentially you have to file a variance, clearly stating that you have 2 permitted uses.
How large of an operation would it have to be, this accessory use, before it becomes a principal use in your
I'm not aware.
position?
If you read the zoning, if you look at the zoning, that section J that specifically lays out livestock and poultry, it's under principal use.
Correct.
So technically, we are requesting a principal use. When I put down in the special exception that we wanted that reference.
I'm asking if you were the neighbor, and you were, looking at your neighbor and said, oh, they have a dog, they can have a dog. But if they have a kennel full of dogs,
right.
Now is it a kennel operation that they're doing? So where is the line in your mind on the number of chickens, number of goats, to turn it from an accessory use, where it's a small family, you keep it for yourself, to a larger, maybe they're doing it for other purposes other than for themselves? Is it 6 goats? Is it 10 goats? Or is there no line?
Well, there's obviously a line. We all have to live together, and just because what I think, the neighbors don't have to necessarily agree. But I do think a clear definition or distinction would be what you're doing. I mean, this is clearly for our own use. We do not have a commercial operation. It's for our, 6 family members. If I had to give a number, I think the chicken, I see no way that we would ever have or house 24 chickens. I just don't know how we would ever have that many, even with the overlap. And the goats, I think we're darn close to, the 3 to 5, I definitely do not think 5 would be suitable for our land, given the UNH guidelines for housing and space for animals. So I had to say, I'd say 3 to 5 goats and no more than 24 chickens would be considered an accessory use if it's only for your own consumption.
I think I got all the questions I have right now. Anybody else?
I have a question about the chickens. Do the chickens right now look like the coop is attached to the rear of your home?
It's not attached, but it is,
Or it's next to it?
within inches of the home.
Does it need to be close by for any reason?
It doesn't have to be.
or-
The only reason we did is ease of getting eggs in the winter.
Mhm.
It's really fully mobile. I mean, it could be put on wheels and moved around.
I still don't understand the ordinance about having animals as another principal use. I see where you're going with that.
I think
and,
we're going to get
like,
an education tonight.
What's the cutoff?
I think we're going to get.
And if you have a farm, how could you do a farm if you can't have two principal uses? You obviously would live on the farm, so I just don't understand that.
But I think that you'd be talking about a different zoning district there.
Well, that's true.
Agricultural as versus
but-
R1.
But I think, and I don't know for sure, but I thought it said it for all districts, that it's considered a principal use.
Well, I think the abutters are probably going to make in their 10 or so page thing that they submitted a few days ago speaks to that discussion, Joanne.
Okay.
So we'll probably hear that.
Yeah, it says raising and keeping of livestock and poultry is permitted in agricultural. Oh, it doesn't say here I don't know what page that's on about principal or accessory.
Well, that whole table of that 311J4, I believe it is, 311J4 is part of the table of principal uses.
Oh, okay, so then it is considered a principal use in the
Right.
agricultural. How can you do a farm? This is screwed up.
Unfortunately, that's not the zoning we're looking at tonight.
It needs to be looked at.
Lynn, did you have a question?
Just in looking at table of principal uses on 19, it appears that conservation and agricultural raising poultry is a permitted use,
It's a principal use.
principal,
Yeah.
and only by special
By permission.
exception in the residential zones.
Right. So what Derek has decided, though, is that this property already has a principal use. So to add, what you're saying is that if this property had no home on it, the applicant could come and say, I want to raise livestock and poultry there. They would come before the ZBA to ask for a special exception because that's a principal use. And that would be, we would have to make that determination. In this case, we already have one principal use. So that's why we need the variance, because it would have two, as Derek puts it, two principal uses. So we have some things to decide on that. So any other questions for Mr. Arms on his application?
I'm sure I will later.
Yeah.
I'm mulling things.
Okay. All right, if no, right now, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone here speaking on behalf of the applicant? We're going to start from the outside in. Ma'am, come up. Please have a seat.
What zone is this?
State your name.
I'm Jennifer Koblenzer. I live at 123 Mountain Road, across the street from the Arms. And
Could you spell your last name?
sure, K-O-B,
K.
O-B,
Yep.
L-E-N-Z-E-R. Not sure exactly what information you're looking for. I guess I can speak to my experience with the Arms and with the fact that they have the goats and the chickens on the property. My daughter goes over to their house frequently, so I have been at the house, have seen the farm. And I guess my concern as someone who lives nearby is, well, I want to make sure it's not something that affects my property. I want to make sure that it's something that is taken care of. And so when I look at how they're taking care of things over there, I don't smell a smell. I'm allowing my daughter to go over there. I'm not worried about what she's going to encounter on that property. And as somebody in the neighborhood, feel comfortable with the Arms having the goats and the chickens within those limits that they have stated. I guess one question I have is, would this be for just the Arms, or if the property was sold, would that continue to somebody else? Does this go with the property or with the owner?
it stays with the property
Okay. So, and is there a time limit on that, or is it forever? Is it variance
forever.
forever? Okay. But the limits would still be in place?
Yes.
And health inspectors?
Generally, it wouldn't change.
Yeah, whatever you specify when you grant an approval.
Right.
And if the variance is granted, a health inspector could still come on site, and if there were problems with the animals, that would be taken care of, correct?
Outside of my jurisdiction, I'm not
Okay.
aware of what the
Health would do?
state or health would
Okay.
require. Yes.
Because I've heard the health inspector has come out and said that they are clean. I have observed they're clean. I look at and hear the goats occasionally, but no more so than dogs in the neighborhood, no more so than fireworks set off in the neighborhood. The goats aren't wandering free like dogs often do in the neighborhood, so I don't look at that as a concern as far as they're wandering around free-range goats. They aren't free-range goats. So from a noise and smell perspective, we don't have that concern being in a butter.
Okay.
I don't know if there's questions or...
I have a question. How far away are you from them? You're across the street?
Yeah, across the street. You can see the goats from our house.
About how far?
You're you're asking the wrong person.
If I can place it, if I know the neighbor, you're
Yeah.
the home that's on the corner of
Merrill and Mountain.
Hilldale, Merrill, and.
You got it. Yep.
Are you on this
Well, it's
map?
at the point there.
Yeah, we are.
In the property, this is that corner.
You got it. We're right in that corner, right where your
This
finger's
one?
right. Nope, other side.
This one.
There you go.
123?
You got it. Thank you very much.
123.
They have a site distance of 262 feet on the map.
Okay.
So we can see the pens from our home, and
You probably should see the goat pen.
yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Anyone else speaking on behalf of the applicant? Ma'am, please come forward, have a seat, state your name.
I'm Laura Whitlock from Sandown, New Hampshire. We own a farm where I raise and breed miniature dairy goats. I met the Arms this spring when they purchased one of my does and milk. What that means in a fancy way is that the doe had given birth and was a milking doe, and they've taken her and they are milking her every day. I've been breeding for many years, but I actually started out as a small backyard farmer in Sandown in a white-collar neighborhood, and there were no objections to my small operation there. I was able to maintain hygiene. I think the hygiene and housing issues are probably the main concern here because, of course, then they impact on the valuation of houses around. The research I've done recently on the web with this particular breed of goat, these are Nigerian dwarfs. These are not those big giant things you see at the fair. They're very small. And in fact, if you want me to bring mine in, I will. They're only 60 pounds. They're probably the size of a golden retriever at maximum height and weight. In terms of hygiene issues with them, 4 goats would probably produce the maximum of a quart of urine a day. And research backs this up. So a quart of urine a day is really not a heck of a lot of waste. The other waste that goats have, of course, is feces, but their feces are like rabbit poop, so it can easily be composted or minimal smell. It's not like cow patties. It's certainly not like dog do. So in terms of hygiene for smell, it's really minimal with a small amount of goats.
What is it that you do with the urine?
The urine, well, the urine would be collected in the bedding of the Arms barn and probably composted. With a quart of urine maximum for 4 goats, it's not a lot per day. And the droppings, as I said, are very similar to rabbit droppings in consistency, size, and amount. So it's not a lot of mess.
Okay. Any other questions? Ma'am?
Well, let me ask this. When you started out, you said you started out as a backyard operation in Sandown. What was the town's zoning situation at that point? Did you have to go through variance procedures for raising livestock, et cetera, et cetera?
We were really lucky that our town has recognized our agricultural past, and there are no statutes in place to prohibit people in residential areas from having livestock. Our first house there, as I said, was in a very suburban neighborhood. However, we bought 80 acres of acreage and over a period of almost 10 years opened it up and developed our farm. And now I am on the farm breeding the animals on a larger scale, of course.
It seems like it was a much different situation.
It was, so
When you
I'm very
started out.
familiar with starting out with a few, and in terms of having to maintain a nice-looking yard and having neighbors on both sides. We only had a lot of a little under an acre, and it worked out okay.
Any other questions?
I do. Are you familiar with this BMP that they refer to in the application as far as its,
What does that stand for?
Best management practices?
Excuse me?
Best management practices?
okay, all right, in that case, utilizing BMP from the UNH Cooperative Extension, I took it as being some type of treatment for controlling the odor.
What that would be is probably animal caretaking guidelines to minimize odor and to maintain the best health of their animals. And it's common sense that you can't crowd a lot of animals in a space without having odors and insect problems. But certainly 3 or 4 goats. If you'd like to walk out to the parking lot, Diva is in my Odyssey van, and I'd be glad to show her to you, because I know before I started with goats, when I heard the word goat, I thought, ugh, you just think of the cartoons you grew up with, or dirty animals, or stinky animals, like the things at the fair. And the goats that the Arms have, at least the one I sold to them, they're small, very clean, beautiful animals. They're not, well, I know they're livestock, but they're a little more than livestock. So in terms of hygiene issues, I think if they're properly cared for and they have enough space, there should be no problems with odor or insects.
Okay.
And that's
Any other
really it.
questions? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we want to see the goat?
Do you want me to walk to
See
the
the
door?
goat? Can the goat be brought in?
She could be brought in. She goes every place.
What if
She was
goes to the
raised in my.
bathroom on the floor?
Okay. I don't think I need to see the goat.
I saw their goats today. I went to their property.
So you know the size then?
I know the size.
Okay, good.
Right, Kevin, let me ask this, and maybe a question we neglected to ask Mr. Arms when he was.
I want to bring him back up, so I think you can ask
That was because that's the same thing I would like to know as far as the location. We saw the chicken coop
Mr. Arms, can you
back of
come
the
back
house,
to the
but
front?
the location of the goat pens in relation to the property lines and what
Sure.
kind of things they're doing for disposal of
Yeah, so,
waste products. Those are the 2 questions. Looking at, and we've got the map here, I know where your house is right at the end of Merrill Road. Where on this property are the goat pens currently located?
You'll see an accessory structure
Sort of.
to the, kind of the northwest of the location. So we're on the same page. I think a better
You're
view
looking at
might be
this map?
that map would be probably a better,
it's one of the last maps you have in your packet of maps.
Okay.
if you get there's a picture of, looking north to 112 Mountain Road, you'll see the shed on the left-hand side of the photograph. And then if you go to the almost very last page, distance from abutters map, you'll see the shed with a G in the box behind the shed. There's a G there. That's for the goat area.
Do they live in this little shed all winter?
Well, our plans were much grander than we originally had. I mean, we received a notice to cease and desist from Derek Horn on June 6th. So we have not completed any permanent structures for the animals. Right now they have the doghouse, and they also have a lean-to that's
This
near
little
the
thing's
near
a
the shed.
doghouse?
Right. They use the doghouse during the day, and at night we usually keep them locked up.
In this fenced area or
Yes, ma'am.
somewhere else?
No, inside the fenced
Which
area.
picture do you have, Joanne? Okay, yep.
Is that you're talking about for the goats? They also have a little Tykes dollhouse in there that they use. It's shown in one of the pictures as being on their lawn, but it's actually in the goat pen.
Yeah, that was a recent addition.
They go in there?
It's
I didn't see them in
It's
there,
just
but
a
they have
shelter?
it.
It's
They
used
have it
as
in
a
there.
shelter for them?
It's really more for play.
Okay. You have other questions, Lynn?
It was about waste products management.
Yes, sir. The best management practices, essentially, we follow the composting method for disposing of the waste, and really it's mostly bedding, as Mrs. Whitlock had mentioned. There's not a lot of urine, and the droppings would be very similar to what a deer pile would be. It's mostly vegetative matter, very little odor, and very dry. But all the bedding gets put into 2 compost piles we have, and they get rotated along with our grass clippings and leaves. So as the compost becomes usable, we put it in our garden for fertilizer.
And where would that be located?
If you look, I believe the picture looking toward 12 Hunter Court, I think you can get a picture of there's a picture of the compost, one of the compost piles. The other one, you won't be able to see it because it's surrounded by vegetation. If you looked at the photo that said looking southwest to 12 Hunter Court, you'll see the yellow flowers. I don't know if you can see it, but there's just past that, there's a slight blue object. That's where the first compost pile is. And the second one's between the 2 large maple trees that are in the background of the photograph, straight back, kind of at the wood line. That's where we have potatoes and also a compost pile.
Okay. Any other questions, Lynn? Did you address them?
Not on my specifics, at least.
So I have follow-up questions to that, and the fact of trying to determine, are these pets or is it agriculture, equaling livestock? And that speaks to some things you've addressed: food, manure, how do you manage dead animals, what type of vet activities need to be done, because you talk about rearing and raising of young, yet you have no fertile male on the property, so how do you manage that? Milking operation, exercise yard. When you talk about UNH extension, cooperative extension activities, it talks about 50 square feet per goat for an exercise yard. Are they pets or is it agriculture?
I think they're both. I mean, I'm not sure how the distinction would be made. If you look at the definition of a pet, it's an affectionately cared for animal that's domesticated. So by that regard, dogs, cats, our goats, they all have names. They're cared for. Our chickens, every chicken is cared for and has a name. We pet them. We take care of them. So to me, they're definitely a pet, but they're a pet that actually gives us something in return other than just companionship. We get milk, which provides all our dairy needs for our family, and we also get eggs.
And it requires no additional transportation, people coming to the site, veterinary activities, how often are we producing young goats? I mean, do you have a plan to do all these things, or is it kind of a hobby to do these activities?
Well, we do have a plan. I mean, we didn't jump into this without thinking about, I mean, the chickens are relatively, I mean, it's very easy to take care of and raise chickens. You buy them as a small chick, just like Ace Hardware sells, and you provide feed, and really it's, if you provide a good open space area for them to grow, they're hard to not take good care of. The goats, on the other hand, there's more to it. We have about an 18-month cycle that we're thinking about. We haven't fully worked out the details, but we do have males that can either be brought to the site, or we can take our females to male goats for fertilization when that time comes. And then the rearing of the young would be handled, really the goats do the work. And then when the goats are approximately 12 weeks old, they'll come off the property, and we have no desire to keep young goats around.
I saw in the UNH or materials that provided that young goats as young as 7 weeks can reproduce. It was very amazing how fast they could do it. So it's definitely a control of again, what's your level of involvement and activity? Is it agriculture? One of the operative words that, that spurs people interest is, livestock, farms,
Right.
Because you use the word farm in there. This is our small farm. And then when you're speaking a residential 1 district, well, farms are generally not considered part of the residential 1 district. So, and that's what obviously spurs conversation and concern, and that's what I'm trying to derive from you. What is your intended purposes? What are you trying to make this operation be?
Well, the operation is essentially, what it is more or less today. It's a family homestead. I'm not sure if I use the word farm. Farm to me means an operation that's for profit or for consumption by others. This is completely on our property. My wife stays home, so the animals are cared for 24/7. We rarely go on vacation, and the goats are milked twice a day, so it doesn't allow us a whole lot of free time during the day to not be with them. So, our involvement is as dedicated as I think any person could ask for the animals.
And the last question I should have had, the first is, a variance requires, there's 5 criteria, and the toughest one I think to meet is why your property, the hardship criteria. Why is your property unique that you should not have to abide by the zoning ordinances that your neighbors and the town levies upon this piece of property? Why should you deserve a variance?
Well, to be honest, I think the variance, to me, that was something I really did not want to go down, because I realized the criteria of proof for the variance is much more difficult and stringent. As I've stated, the side yard setback, to me, that's a no-brainer. We can handle that tonight. Whether it's a dual principal uses or not, to me, that's a zoning board difference of opinion maybe, or legal, difference. So while I don't think my lot is any more unique than any of the surrounding lots, I do think that all the surrounding lots are unique in the statement that they've been there and established for many, many years. It's a very rural area. And just because something's not there today doesn't mean that it doesn't have a permitted use for it.
Let me ask one other thing. You made mention earlier of some, if not a direct abutter, some nearby lot that is in agricultural or conservation where it's permitted by right. What lot were you referring to on that? Because looking at this map here, it appears that everything there is probably in R1.
Yeah, it's actually, let's see, 123 Mountain Road. Their backyard, the conservation R1 boundaries through their backyard. So, all right, as I stated in the application, our lot is 264 feet from the conservation district.
Not in the conservation district.
Well, I think if you go back and you look at the master plan, it brings up the fact that the zoning around Goffstown is highly irregular. We have brand new developments that are zoned agricultural with sidewalks and full sewer and water services, and yet you have a 40-year-old neighborhood that's virtually untouched and it's zoned residential 1.
Okay.
Is Merrill Road zoned residential 1?
I believe, if I recall, the zoning line pretty much goes down Merrill Road. Anything to the south side of Merrill, where the farm is conservation, and everything on the north side of Merrill going downhill is R1. That's my best recollection.
Yeah.
Make any sense?
I don't see one on the wall.
I've looked at the GIS one.
Oh,
and
it's
I
right up
know
here. Right here.
the conservation line is actually beyond Merrill Road to the south.
Is there one in the back of the zoning?
You're on it. We do have it also in our zoning ordinances in the back. Although it's very small.
They have them all the It's only for economic development purposes.
Okay. Are any other questions for Mr. Arms?
I just had one question.
Is this it right here? Mountain Road.
Could you, tell me what this little thing is? Is that for bees?
That's a beehive, yes, ma'am.
That's it?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here speaking on behalf of the applicant? Okay, no one else speaking on behalf of the applicant. All right. Any abutters here want to speak against this application?
Okay.
Sir? You coming up together? Are you together, or?
I would like to just introduce myself for the record. My name is Carolyn Baldwin. The Hootens are normally represented by my partner, Jed Callan, who's on vacation. And I am representing him today here and representing the Hootens. And Mr. and Mrs. Hooten are going to speak first to their experience of being a direct abutter to this operation. And then I will follow up with a legal analysis, if that's acceptable to the
Okay.
board.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Jeff Hooten. I live at 112 Mountain Road with my wife Kathy, and we have lived there since 1978. Our home sits on 10 acres of land. Mr. Arms, I noticed, had brought some photographs. So to try to expand upon your understanding of the layout of the lot, we also took some photographs from our side of the property. Okay. And I only have short one copy, so if
we can share
you guys
here.
could look on.
I'll get that together.
If I could just briefly talk through the photographs, and then I would quickly get on to some other issues. The first photograph shows our home that faces to the south, or faces the Arms property. And you can notice that there's quite a bit of windows there, usually 5-foot tall casements that do crank out. There is a breezeway in the back of the house. You can see that between the brown garage and the tan area. Second photograph just simply shows an outside seating area, which is the breezeway, and that is an area that has been affected by the introduction of livestock. The next photograph would be standing to the south, almost to the border between the Arms property and ours, and it just shows an open space where odor and wind can pass through. The next one, that part of the property would then lead to this pool and patio area. We also feel that area has been negatively impacted. The next photograph is the goat housing that Mr. Arms had referred to. There is a lean-to and some fences put up to, for what reason I have no idea. You can also see to the right, that is where the goat area is, and you can see the stone wall to the right, which is the property line. Another photograph to try to show setbacks. The stone wall is once again the property line, and you can see how close the housing for the goats and their pen is to our property. Next page obviously shows the goats, in case no one knew what they looked like. Once again, the stone wall is in the photograph showing how close they are. The next photograph shows from a similar location, but shows where the chicken coop area is in relationship to our property and its attachment to, or its proximity to their garage.
Joanne, in that picture, is that the object you asked if it was the beehive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's a beehive.
Okay.
Next photograph is from our property, looking across the stone wall at the chicken coop. And the final photograph, Mr. Arms had spent some time talking about compost and I imagine where they might dispose of soiled bedding for the animals. That, once again, our stone wall is on the right. I believe the Lee property is to the rear. And we have circled two areas that we feel are manure or hay piles. Once again, these are close to our property line.
The question on, you have marked the Lee stone wall, that's another neighbor?
That is in a butter over on Hunter Court, correct. Yeah. Just some brief background before we move on. We've lived in our home, as I stated, for approximately 32 years. My sense is that we had a fairly cordial relationship with the Arms. When they first moved in, we spoke. I offered assistance to Mike if he needed it. Not that I was a talented carpenter or a skilled craftsman, but just said, hey, if you ever need any help, just give me a call. As recently as this past March, the Arms had produced some maple syrup. And in a conversation, it became clear that they had very few maple trees. We have 10 acres. Not all of maple, but we have 10 acres of land. And I said to him at that time, I'd be certainly happy to talk to you about it if you'd like to tap some of those trees in the future. So I don't want you to think this has been a contentious relationship. The problem really started Memorial Day when I believe the goats moved in. Some of the things we've noticed offensive odor. We've noticed an increase in flies and pests. We've experienced noise, and we also feel that our property value has been reduced by the introduction of livestock and agriculture into the area. Odor, we first noticed the odor on the 11th of June. That's shortly after Memorial Day when the animals moved in. That odor at times, and it's not every day, it depends on which way the wind blows, has penetrated approximately 150 feet into our property from their property line. That covers and includes our patio and pool area. The worst is when the wind comes from the south, and typically, when the wind blows from the south, it comes down the Unconunnux, we would typically open our windows on the side of the house to appreciate the breezes that come through. That's something we don't do as often. We've altered the opening of windows facing the Arms property. We tend to run our air conditioning more now. Not something I want to do. Odors are offensive on warm, moist days. Please keep in mind that this has been a very dry summer. The odors at times causes us to alter our plans outside and move things indoors. Flies. Our dogs are on an invisible fence system, and we used to leave the screen doors open for them to wander in and out. We can no longer do that. They must be closed at all times. Flies and mosquitoes breed in manure and bedding material. Bedding material many times can be straw. We must now use fly traps and spray insecticides to try to maintain control and enjoy an outdoor life. I'm also concerned about other rodents, fish or cats, etc. that might be drawn to the property. Noise is quite offensive. In a letter you received, I believe, from Mr. Lee, he describes the sound as that of a crying baby. And that I felt was a fairly good analogy. The noise can start as early as 6 o'clock in the morning. It is loud, it's annoying, and it is disruptive if you're trying to read or enjoy a common conversation. The noise is not predictable and can start at any time during the day or evening. The bleeding can be heard inside our home. Even with windows closed, can be heard inside our home. I mentioned earlier the reduction in property value. Our home is one of our largest assets. The noise, flies, and pests reduce the value. We got hit once when the economy turned bad as far as home values go. I don't need to take a second hit. The animals and pens are visible from our driveway, from our kitchen, from our dining room, and from our front room, which Kathy uses as a computer room. My basic feeling is the Arms property is too small to accommodate this experience. My sense is that no matter how good a job you do, you cannot overcome the space limitations. I have to characterize this as a gross nuisance. I see no gain for the neighborhood having this operation, just pain and aggravation. As you can see, we've been severely impacted due to the fact that the applicant has decided to have his desire to have eggs and goat milk supersedes and outweighs the comfort of his neighbors. My response is that eggs and milk can be purchased. I urge you to turn down these requests. Thank you.
All right, any questions for Mr. Wooten? You made a comment, well, let me say, if this was, you were in an agricultural district, would this type of activity be more acceptable to you, or an understanding that that's the type of district it is, but you have an issue that it's an R1 district?
We purchased in an R1 district knowing what the zoning laws were. I was very happy to purchase in an R1 district.
Okay. When the applicant stated he has had chickens since 2007, I believe he said.
That's correct.
Were you aware that he had chickens for a longer period of time before Memorial Day of this year?
Yes.
And didn't have or didn't express or rise to a level of this concern at that point?
No, it had not. As Mr. Arms had said, there are chickens in R1 districts. I don't know how many goats are in R1 districts. And you have to remember that I am not opposed to goats, as goats go. I am opposed to flies and nuisance. I am opposed to noise. I am opposed to my property value going down. I'm 63 years old. Probably in 3 or 4 years we will consider selling the property. I can only imagine the reaction if I have a real estate agent and potential buyer pulling in my driveway and goats starting to bleat at them as they get out of their car and start to walk around the property.
Do you attribute the noise, the smell, the flies to the goats and not necessarily to the chickens?
I will tell you the noise is clearly the goats. The other ones, I don't feel qualified to answer.
If I may, before the goats came, you had no noise or odor issues with the chickens on the property?
Chickens would cluck. The chickens came across the stone wall and I don't know if the term is grousing through the underbrush. I had no problem with that.
And there was never a rooster on the site
No,
where you had any problems with?
They did not have a rooster. But the introduction of the livestock is a significant, significant change to the neighborhood and to the quality of life. And I must say, I'm very sorry to have to be here this evening talking about a neighbor. Not my style, I don't like it. But it's necessary.
All right. Any other questions from Mr. Hooton? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Carolyn Baldwin. I'm here representing the Rootons in the absence of their regular counsel. I did bring some extra copies of the memorandum, including a signed original for your records. I don't know how many of you printed out the one that I think you got.
Patty made copies of us right before the beginning of the meeting, so.
Okay, well, this is slightly revised, so I'll pass it around. Here's the original for the record.
And if you can tell us, you know, as you go through what the differences were, because I know most of us, if not all of us, had a chance to read your previous exhibit.
They're very minor. It's mainly tweaking. As I prepared for tonight's meeting, I made a few changes. I don't think there's anything significant,
Okay.
particularly significant. It's a little difficult with this one because there seems to be quite a bit of confusion about whether it should be a variance, whether it's a principal use, whether it's a special exception. So I'll try to go through the requirements for both special exception and variance. And it looks to me like you're a pretty sophisticated board. And I've been before many, many boards all over the state, and it looks to me like you are really very much aware that, to begin with, you have to find in favor of all of the criteria in order to grant either a special exception or a variance. And I know you. The first, let's start with a special exception. The specific site is an appropriate location for such a use being consistent with the town's current master plan. Certainly the current plan and the zoning ordinance that implements it encourage agriculture. 3/4 of the town is zoned for agriculture as a permitted use. Only the residential and downtown denser neighborhoods are those uses not permitted, or permitted only by special exception. So there is this is not consistent with the master plan, because the 1/4 of the town that is not zoned for agricultural use is zoned for residential or business use. And all the rest of the town, 3/4 of it, certainly applies. The use will not create a nuisance. I don't think I need to say much more about nuisance than Mr. Hooton has described. Odors, noise, flies, and visibility. I think you've seen some pictures. This is not a pretty operation. I'm sure you're all aware of the original U.S. Supreme Court decision from 1926 that describes a nuisance very well as the right thing in the wrong place, the pig in the parlor and not in the barnyard. This is the nuisance description, and this is clearly what we have here. The right thing in the wrong place. In a tiny lot, I know that to people who live on 10,000 square foot lots, 1.5 acres looks big. It's not. Not when you start with livestock that need space, that make noise, that create odors. There needs to be some space for those creatures. It's really not fair to either the creatures or the neighbors to confine them in a tiny space. And your third one, the proposed location is of sufficient size to allow for appropriate buffers. Well, the buffers you've seen are on my client's property. there's no buffer at all. As you saw, everything is right up against the property line, ranging from the pile of manure down in the corner between two abutters to all of the pens and enclosures right on the property line. I think 8 feet is an exaggeration. I saw it today, and you've seen the pictures. It's more like 2 feet. And that's certainly not an adequate buffer. To be sure, my clients have shrubbery and trees between their house and this property line, but that's not a buffer. That's their property. It's not the applicant's property. He's got to have his own buffer. He can't claim the neighbor's property as a buffer. I want to move along to the appropriate buffers. We've talked about that. And I think that pretty well covers your special exceptions. You can't meet any of the requirements for a special exception to keep this kind of livestock on his property. So let's move on to the variance. I listened to Mr. Arms say that he planned ahead, knew what he was doing, wanted to have a small family farm. Well, why didn't he buy in the part of the 3/4 of the town that's zoned for that use? He wouldn't even be here. It's a classic example of a self-created hardship. Move in and then do something that isn't permitted and then come and ask for a variance. Well, that's not the standard for variance. So the variance must not be contrary to the public interest. We've talked about the master plan. Clearly, the public interest is in keeping the neighborhoods as they are zoned and as they are designed to be, and that incompatible uses are separated from one another so that nuisances aren't created. Substantial justice. There's no justice to my clients in imposing the odors and the noise and all of the inconveniences on him and on them. They've been living there for years. You can't just bring in something and say, oh, well, it's too bad. I want to do this. It's justice to the abutters that matter. Mr. Arms has talked about diminution to the value of his property. Obviously, he has not gone to the expense of an appraisal, and it wouldn't be fair to ask him to do that. But certainly, he has described how the value of his property has been diminished. And then there's the good old unnecessary hardship, which you brought up, Mr. Chairman. He bought this property knowing it was not a permitted use. It's a self-created hardship. There's nothing about this property that prevents it from being used for the use for which it is zoned. Residential. That's what it is. Is it a reasonable one? I think we've heard enough. It must be also a reasonable use. We've heard enough testimony that the use is pretty unreasonable from the point of view of the most immediate and affected abutter. There's nothing special about this lot. And finally, if those can't be met owing to special conditions of the property, it's no different from any other property in the area. In fact, it's somewhat smaller. One thing I want to bring to your attention, talking about buffers, is that if this use were in one of the agriculturally zoned zones, agricultural buildings would have to be 100 feet. This is section 5.5 of your ordinance. 100 feet from the boundary of any residential zone. There is nowhere in this property he can put the buildings he needs that are 100 feet from any boundary. So the concept of separating residential uses from agricultural uses is made very clear by this section 5.5 requiring a 100-foot buffer from residential zones for agricultural buildings in the agriculturally zoned areas. Why is this different? Why should he not have to meet a 100-foot buffer like somebody in the agricultural zone would have to do? I'm not entirely clear, having gone through all of this, exactly how you are interpreting needing two principal uses on a lot, needing a variance for that, or a special exception for that. I find your interpretation a little bit confusing. But however you interpret it, Mr. Arms just can't meet any of your requirements, any of these conditions. So I would urge you to deny this variance and suggest to Mr. Arms that if he wants to run a farm, fine. Go find a piece of property on which it's a permitted use, and more power to him. With that, I'd be glad to respond to any questions you may have.
Any questions for Attorney Baldwin?
I just wanted clarification. You had said that a building on an agricultural property needed to be 100 feet. It says in our ordinance, farm buildings.
That's what I meant, agricultural buildings, farm buildings, yes.
And then there's a definition for what is a farm.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to clear that.
Any questions?
I believe you have I don't know whether the abutter who submitted a letter is here or not, but you do have a letter from another abutter objecting.
That's a letter from Michael Lee?
Yes.
Did that come in our packet?
Yeah, I saw it.
As I look at that, he is if I may, he is a direct abutter, the one that's right to the rear
That's
of the
correct.
Arms property.
That's correct. And the manure pile, compost pile, whatever it was that you saw was on the corner of the, right at the corner of the Houghton and Lee property.
Okay. All right, thank you. So what I see here, what Attorney Baldwin was referencing was a letter from Michael Lee, 12 Hunter Court, in opposition to the application. Is anyone else here wanting to, any other abutters want to speak against this application? Any interested parties? Anyone? Okay. Mr. Arms, would you like to respond to any of the points made? Any closing comments? Things that we hadn't heard?
You've heard them all, but just to kind of reiterate, we fully don't want to impose our lifestyle on any abutter or any neighbor. And we have discussed, and I've made it clear that we will relocate any operation to meet the 25-foot side yard setback that's currently listed in the dimensional regulations for an agricultural zoning. Visually, we can put up privacy fences. I mean, there's things that we could do to mitigate the concerns of all abutters, not just the Wootons. And hopefully that's considered as part of the deliberation that you have before you.
Okay.
What would you propose to mitigate the smell and the noise?
Well, that's one thing, I think this is obviously we're talking about livelihoods here and everybody's kind of concerned, but we do have a third-party independent view. Twice we were inspected unannounced by the town health inspector, and if he's not qualified to attest to the odor, the flies, and the conditions in which the animals are kept, then I'm not sure who else we can fall back to give an impartial view of what we have going on. I definitely do not see flies and the odors that the Wootons are describing. If that's the case, then I personally would want to revise what we're doing as well. I know it's been a bad year for flies, but I'm not sure we can attest it to our recent arrivals.
I was there today on both properties, and as I walked Now, I couldn't smell it so much in the driveway of the Hootens property, but as I walked closer to the property line, I could smell, I don't know if it was the goats or the chickens, there was some odor there. And it might not have been as bad as it could be because it wasn't wet, it's been dry, but there was some odor there. And that would concern me, knowing that they have, I mean, if it got worse than that, it would limit their outside activities. And that would concern me, because I think that's something that they shouldn't have, or no abutter should be subjected to.
I agree, and that would concern me. I mean,
And-
we've yet to hear any complaints other than Mr. Lee and I spoke in early June, and we revised our operation to minimize the noise that was, he stated was keeping him awake at night, but Mr. and Mrs. Wooten, we have not discussed this or any, modifications to what we're doing.
What did you modify to satisfy Mr. Lee, or not necessarily satisfy, but to try to address Mr. Lee's concerns?
We kept the goats locked inside in the evening. We had kept them in the doghouse during the evening hours.
So you actually brought them inside your home, or when you said lock them inside?
No, we have the lean-to that's attached to the shed. It has a door on it and can be locked. So they're kept locked inside from roughly 8 p.m. to 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. in the morning.
And what size space is that, and how does that compare with the best management practices?
That's definitely smaller than what it should be, and our plan was to have something much more accommodating in accordance with the UNH housing guidelines.
Can you elaborate on what you wanted to do, or what you intended to do until this issue came up?
Well, our intention was originally to have a rotational, grazing pen. We have a lot of, foliage and poison ivy around that, we've tried to get rid of the conventional ways, and the goats seem to do a heck of a lot better job than we do. So the idea was that we would, have them on about a 3-month rotation where we would actually relocate the pen and the housing throughout the property to, give them fresh forage and also end the poison ivy that we currently have on our property.
And that's like a semi-permanent, so when you move it, they stay inside that for that 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or whatever,
Correct.
until you move it again?
Yeah, the whole operation would kind of move as one unit. Fencing, all the fencing it's relatively easy to pick up and move.
And it's would it have been a larger shelter as well, and?
Well, the shelter would be
the same as what you have?
Similar structure, but bigger to accommodate, the numbers that we have. But it would be on wheels, so you could actually move it along the yard if you needed to.
Do they move it, or do you have to move it themselves? They can't push it around like a stroller?
I don't think so. They are leash trained, but I don't think I could get them to pull anything.
But the pen itself is moved, and the animals don't have free range of the property at any point.
Not without us. We've taken them for walks in the yard on a leash, but they don't have free range.
All right, any questions? Any remaining questions? What was that, Ed?
Not at this.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any last comments from abutters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just respond very briefly. The inspector came twice and stopped by. The Hootens are there 24 hours a day. I think their testimony is much more germane to your decision than the finding of the inspector who hit a good day. And I have no doubt the Arms are keeping these animals the way they should be kept. They're just in the wrong place. I think I have animals, chickens, dogs, cats, pigs, horses. I have 100 acres, plenty of room and no abutters. And I know they smell if they're too close, and they can be noisy. I have a rooster too. And the noise. Yes, they lock them up 10 to 12 hours a day. That leaves them out there bleeding another 10 to 12 hours a day, right next to the Hootens house. I would again urge you to look at each of your requirements for both special exception and variance and find that he cannot meet any of them. Thank you.
Right. Okay, are you speaking on behalf of the abutter? Do you have something new?
Yes, I would like to add 2 things.
Okay. Yeah, and please have a seat and state your name again.
Laura Whitlock. It has occurred to me two things. One is in terms of the objections of looking out windows and seeing a view. The Arms could get rid of their goats and take down the housing and put up little tykes all along the property line. And little tykes is pretty tacky, and you would not, they would not be able to come before this board and say that their view is terrible.
What's Little Tykes?
Little Tykes play things,
Oh, no,
plastic
playhouse.
things. My husband hates them. The other thing is, in terms of noise, dogs make a tremendous amount of noise. We have 7 dogs of our own, so I know. And I would be very curious to see what type of control measures are in place for dog barking as well as dog containment, and do those dogs break through an invisible fence? And those are just my thoughts. I'm not at all privy to the situation.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. All right, I think with no further comments, any reason to keep the public hearing open?
No, I have little tykes all over my yard.
Any last questions? With that, we're going to close the public hearing on this application, and I'm going to ask the board if we want to deliberate on this now or want to hear the last application for the evening, because I would like to, based on previous practice, end by 10:30 this evening. Any comment?
I would like to propose a 5-minute break and then holding deliberation until the end, because I feel that both this and the next item on the agenda are probably likely to be somewhat involved deliberation.
I agree.
Okay, 5 minutes, we'll be back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for letting us take a couple-minute break. The question is, did anybody see Joanne?
She just walked out.
They were full, so she
Okay.
immediately.
Matthew, please.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go on to the application for Brookfield Investment Group. Ms. LeBrecq is going to recuse herself from that application.
Yep.
Len, if you could step up and be a voting member on that, that'd be great. So I'm going to read. This was continued from the July 6, 2010 meeting. Brookfield Investment Group Incorporated. Applicant is seeking a special exception and a variance to allow an excavation of approximately 6 to 8 feet of material, which is 623,048 square feet of excavation area, from 2 adjacent properties located at Normand Road, which is map 5, lot 61-1, and Wallace Road, which is map 5, lot 95-1. The applicant is seeking a special exception authorized by section 3.11.I.4 of the zoning ordinance to allow the excavation on lot 61-1, which is located in an agricultural district and permitted by special exception. The applicant is seeking a variance from section 3.11.I.4 of the zoning ordinance because lot 95-1 is located in a residential 1 district where an excavation is not permitted. The property located on Wallace Road, which is map 5, lot 95-1, is in the residential 1 district and is owned by Brookfield Investment Group Incorporated. The property located on Normand Road, map 5, lot 61-1, is in the agricultural district and is owned by Normand Road LLC. Prior to any public hearing, the ZBA needs to vote on regional impact. And before we do that, Joanne, I just want to let you know that Gail is not, she's recused herself from this application. Len is going to be a voting member as part of the 5-member panel. Any motions on the regional impact?
I'll move that it does not have regional impact per Derek's recommendation.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? There's a vote to say that it does not have regional impact. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed or abstained? 5-0-0. So the application we have in front of us, who may be speaking for this application?
Good evening. My name is Matt Peterson, here representing Brookfield Development at Monty for this proposed application.
And before you proceed, you've been given permission to speak for both property owners, is that correct?
Both property owners are actually Ed Monty. It's 2 different LLCs.
Okay.
So I've been
And you're speaking on behalf of both?
Speaking on behalf of both of the
Okay.
applications.
That's not in our package, correct? This plan that you're showing?
Actually, sheet 1 of 5.
It's a bigger version.
This is the other. Yes. Okay. All right. Again, Matt Peterson, Representative Monty. This parcel here is located just to the east of Wallace Road. Wallace Road runs right along here. These are the homes that run up Wallace Road. The back of the yards drop off to this property. The high school fields are here. The Villa Augustina School is here. The parking area for the Villa and the ball fields is right from here, and Norman Road is this location here. So we're bound by Norman Road, South Mass Road, and Wallace Road. The parcel has an access point on Norman Road. It's located at approximately 400 feet from the intersection of South Mass Road. The parcel we had done, I'm not sure if this board has seen all the work. There's been lots and lots and lots of work on this project over the last 5-6 years. Many different applications have come before many different boards in town. We have taken the survey that was done back in the day for this property. The wetlands were mapped in 2002. Topo was done back in there, some fill in between 2003, 2004. This property, unfortunately, John Neville was unable to come tonight. He would be the one that we were going to do the excavation. His back flared up tonight and he couldn't make it. This was a gravel operation back, he believes it ended somewhere in the 90s. We don't have the exact date, but it was roughly around the 90s that it ended. John was going to try and get some more information if we need to go forward, but that's approximately what it was. The majority of the parcel is wooded. We also have some forested wetlands within it. And then if you've been out on this property, there's a big open sand pit. Seems to be the place where I would assume some of the local kids hang out and have their bonfires back in the corner here. We also have a power line that runs through the property. The history of this and why we got to this application, we started with Steve Griffin back before he retired, working through with some other people in town the possibility and why this got put on the ballot for a potential expansion of ball fields from the high school into the property. I think most of you probably know that did not pass the March vote. With the history of this piece of property, the length of time that my client has it right now, with the people he's talked to in town, and his belief is that this really is probably a great location to put something like this. I think we all know, I lived in town for 5 years. It's been talked about for years and years that we probably need some more ball fields and stuff like that. So my applicant moved forward with Steve Griffin in December before it got put on the March vote to do something like this. At first, Steve thought we could just go out and level the area because he felt it fell underneath the excavation section that did not need a permit. He then kind of said, well, let's go through the planning board. We went to the planning board in January. They said, we'd like you to go this route. We came back with that route. They said, that's really not the route we'd like you to go. Can you go this route? So we did. We filed the excavation permit under the section in your zoning regs that specifies the excavation of a piece of property. Since we went to the planning board, Derek Horn found a contradicting section in the regulations that say, well, you technically need a special exception for the parcel on this side, and you need a variance for the residential on the other side. So we're back in front of you guys with those two applications. What we'd like to do out here, if you take a look at sheet 1 that I had outlined there, 1 of 5, you can see a tree line that runs all the way around, basically the edge of wetlands, all the way back around here, comes back out in here, comes back around and back down. This is all the open area. This is the area for the special exception that we'd like to continue the gravel operation. As we said, this road right here, which is the dirt road that goes into the site, was used for hauling material in and out of there. Now, this is not your standard gravel operation. There is not 20 to 30 feet of material out here. John Neville has estimated between 6 to 8 feet of material that we pulled out here. Depending on how the economy goes, it's probably a 2-year process. Maybe it's less, maybe it's a year on the other side. We're not sure, it depends on how many trucks that how much material is needed over the next 6 months to a year based on the economy. We are not here to try and create something that's going to be a 20-year thing and that he's going to be excavating for the next 20 years. That's not what this is. It was kind of a way that we worked with Steve Griffin Obviously, we know he's retired, we've kind of moved to the other people in town and putting this together. So the open gravel area is in this location right here. The access road comes from Norman Road, comes all the way in and all the way down. What we are proposing, if you turn to sheet 2, this is a blow-up of that area I just talked about. The tree line sits up along in here, wraps around, comes back down, actually comes back down through here, and back out this way. So this whole area that we're talking about here is already cleared. Okay? This area in here, which we'll get to, is the variance. I guess I should, Chairman, would you like me to handle both of them together, correct?
Yes.
We'll go through it all. So the variance section is right down here. This does require some tree clearing in this location here. Again, we've shown the buffers of 130 feet to the property lines. I'll get into more of the buffers and why this is appropriate for the site, and it's based on where this sits and the negative impact that this will have on the surrounding area that's there. But this is what we're looking to do, 6 to 8 feet, approximately 623,000 square feet of material. And again, the timeline is, John Neville, I'm taking this from John Neville because he's done this a lot. It's probably around 2 years is what he was thinking to remove the material. Again, it depends on the economy. Then what we'd like to do is use this existing gravel road. It ranges from about 13 to 16 feet in width. We want to use a 15-foot roadway coming in. We do not have to have access for 2 trucks going by each other. They get on the radio and say, truck 1 is coming in, truck 2 is coming out. So we don't need to make it a 24-foot.
Where do they do that? Where would they sit with their radios and?
In their trucks.
In their trucks?
Yeah, so if truck 1 is coming, making the turn onto Norman Road, he
Yeah.
calls the main contracting side and says truck 1's coming in. So it's all coordinated from John and his guys that are in this location here with what's coming in and what's coming out.
How many trucks?
In what timeline?
A day.
What did John, I'm sorry, I don't have that number. I gotta ask Ed. Neville gave it to me last month and I can't pull it off the top of my head right now, but we'll get that for you
Right.
before. You can?
I recused myself, so I don't know if you want me to run or not.
We will have him get that answer.
Yeah, let me get it and we'll get it to you.
I remember from the planning board minutes.
I know, I just said it too. I just have been in 2 meetings tonight already and trying to remember which everything straight. So this plan here shows the area that we're talking about, again, the majority of it in the field. Taking it down, and one of the questions the COMCOM had last week, because we met with them, is you can see the grade change that's here. We're not draining this lower than the wetlands. We wanted to bring it down and level off an area so that hopefully if it goes back on the ballot, or when it goes back on the ballot next year, it's got an area that the town can utilize. The next sheet that's in the plan set just shows you the access road coming out and in. Just so zoning board, we have to go through, so you guys understand, we have to go through, conservation wanted to go take a look at the road, planning board, this has lots of steps to go before we could even do a gravel operation out here. Obviously, this is the first step to see if we're allowed to do it in the town. So, we show the gravel the gravel road coming in from Norman Road. The request for the variance, as we stated, is to allow the gravel excavation operation to be in this area that's right here. The criteria for that granting a variance would not be contrary to the public's interest. Again, one of the goals of this project from the very beginning, and I know we're stretching it now where it's August and it's been 7 months as this whole thing has kind of developed through it. But the whole idea, the result of this excavation, removal of the material to be filled would yield a more level site, which could be used for athletic fields in the future. That would not be contrary to the public interest. Also in the public's interest on this is talking to John Neville. As you know, the majority of your gravel trucks right now run through the downtown. It's been a discussion in town for many, 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 many years on how do we get these trucks out of the downtown. This would eliminate, for the 2 years, a majority of gravel trucks that would not have to be running from where. That is in the public's interest by removing some of the trucks from this downtown corridor that's running through.
Where would they be running?
Right now, they're running from where? Through 114 out. We are on the other side of the downtown. They'd be running out toward the, Bedford, Manchester, that type of area.
So are we to assume that somebody who has a gravel operation in Ware is now going to move their operation over to Goffstown and shut down the operation in Ware?
No, we are assuming that John Neville, instead of pulling his material or other people from there, they're not shutting down operations. They pull it from the closest locations from a gas fuel standpoint and ease and access to get in and out of. I'm not saying somebody would shut down one. This is a temporary 2-year thing. We've talked like that sewer project in Pinardville. They need material. That's one person that may go to. This is not a long-term gravel operation. We would be more than willing to put a timeline on it, just to make the board understand we are not looking for a 20-year gravel operation. This was specifically to pull out the 6 to 8 feet of material, level off the site, and see where it goes from that point there.
So before we continue on with the criteria and answering the 5 criteria for a variance, but what you're proposing is not a ball field prepped area. You're proposing to get approval from us to operate excavate an area in an operation of a gravel pit or whatever you want to call it area, so results in an area that's suitable for further activities. But you're not asking us to approve it to become an activity for the future. You're looking at and isolating it here. So what I made a note when I looked at the criteria as you've entered, the variance that you're requesting is essentially RSA 674:33, :33, paragraph I, subparagraph B, and then also per section 15.3.1, which talks zoning boards, for both of those. And what I made a note is that you're coming to us because the criteria, the zoning ordinance, only speaks to excavation as it relates to building something. A building, a house, parking lot, a structure, or an object. In this case, you're not building anything, you're just removing material. And that's why you have to come to us for a special exception and why you have to come to us for a variance, is because you want to remove material with no end purpose. Is that true?
No, that is not true. What we were doing when we were sitting down on this, as I said, you have to understand this has been a 10-month process where we were meeting with board members and everybody was going to sell, this was going to go forward and everybody wanted this to happen, and now it's kind of been thrown back at me where selectmen are telling me at planning board meetings that, well, no, we're not all on board. Well, I can only do it with the people that we've been meeting with, okay? I understand it's a big town and not everybody has the same goals as everybody in town, but when we were originally putting together why Steve Griffin did not believe we needed a variance at the time was because we were going to give them level fields that had 2% grades and would have basically fields.
You're building something.
You're basically kind of building something, yes. And where the reclamation on this will be the exact same thing as 7 months from now.
But wasn't that building predicated on the March vote?
No, nothing was ever predicated on the March vote. They couldn't.
The
town
ballpark
wouldn't have
field?
bought it. But no, nothing was ever, we had to have that vote to do it, no. The goal at the time, honestly, when we sat down in December was, if we can get this started, they'd be ready by September. I mean, that's what people were thinking. Now, again, I know things have changed at time, I gotta be careful what I say, because not everybody, I guess, wanted to see this happen. So that's why we've kind of backed out and say, okay, listen, I'm just talking about a gravel operation, we're talking about leaving a level, flat area. That's what we're trying to do at the end of the day. And again, like I said, a timeline on this is not an issue. If that's the board's concern that, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it's a gravel, that's not what we're trying to do. I think everybody knows the process that this piece of property has gone through over the last few years, 4 to 5 years.
So this is strictly to approve a gravel excavation operation,
That's
period.
all you can, period was what this is, yes.
Right, and that's why when you speak to further purposes, those further purposes have no bearing on our decision.
That's why I changed what kind of was submitted to you in my presentation tonight, that there's a few different things on the.
Okay, so what we have on paper, you don't want to use all those words?
I don't want to use all those words. I want my record that I'm stating here tonight to be the majority of these answers to these questions.
So I want to look at 311I4 again for a second. So 311I4, looking at principal uses in a different zone, page 18 of our zoning ordinance. So principal use for, again, we have, what are the zonings we have?
Resident 1 and agricultural.
Okay, so I4 is excavation and processing of earth materials or quarrying of stone from on site for an agricultural agricultural area, it requires a special exception to do excavation and processing. For an R1, there is no indication here, which means that's where you're coming for the variance to allow that. Okay, so we're speaking to excavation and quarrying of materials.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know.
What was that, again, that were you quoting from?
Page 18.
3.
So it's,
311 I-4.
yeah, I-4. So this is I, and then line 4.
Yeah.
So they both are covered under here. That's why he's before us, is to do this activity in these two zones. So, and Derek made note of that, that any discussion on ball fields and all that is irrelevant to the discussion.
That's what I believe when I read the material. So.
Any questions on what we're doing?
I have a couple of questions. If the ZBA granted permission to do this, does it also require a site plan approval by the
Yes.
planning board?
Yes.
It does.
It also requires alteration of terrain permit from the state.
Yeah.
There's tons of stuff. There'll be a reclamation plan that'll show what the final gradings will be. The planning board would be able to look at all of that stuff if they move forward.
Okay.
You have some issues with some wetland setbacks on DES, right?
What do you mean by that?
DES had just changed a new statute, January 1st of 2000.
DES?
Yeah, the
So
Wetlands Bureau has a new statute about proximities of excavation and drainage areas. That was January 2009. There's a new setback requirement that was established. I think it's now 50 feet. That deals, and it specifically deals with drainage issues, and it's a factor with the AOT. And it was Gloria.
Oh, yeah, that's AOT.
That's
That has
AOT.
changed
Yes.
dramatically since
Yes.
that time, yes.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
So you have.
There's probably $8,000 to $10,000 worth of engineering just to
Yeah.
get it to sign off from the state yet. But that's why we haven't gone that route yet, because we've kind of been seeing where all the boards were and trying to get what we can in place first. But, oh yes, this has the full evaluation from the state, sign offs from the planning board. This is still a long way.
Okay.
I had a couple other questions. I thought you said before that there were no wetland impacts or no impacts to the buffers, but I see a wetland in the middle of the excavation.
There's a wetland in the middle here that got an approval to be filled when they did the original application. I've been working with a gentleman in your town, Collis Adams, who's been out to this site. That was an over-excavated area that was filled in. That's why it was permitted to be filled at the time. So if I said no wetland impacts, that was on the roadway coming in. There is this little, right here, OW, over-excavated area that they have here that channels out and around. That was permitted, 04 approximately.
Permitted
Which he didn't fill in.
for
He
a
should have
different
filled it at the
project,
time.
though. It was for residential housing.
But Wetlands Bureau doesn't matter what it's for. Once he got the permit, he could
No,
have
but-
gone and filled it back then. And
What about the Conservation Commission?
we met with them last week, and they didn't have much to say to us on it. They want to do a sidewalk. They want us to check reevaluate the wetlands within 100 feet around of the excavation area to make sure none of that has changed. which we
Matt, is
agreed.
that the one they want a function analysis of? No?
So, and that was a concern of mine. Peter Shower did this in 2002, and we've had, of course, the Mother's Day flood and the April flood, and you're talking of removing gravel, which I think is a means for water to flow through areas. So therefore, is the Conservation Commission looking, with your discussions and having that resurveyed, the wetlands resurveyed on this property, since it has not been done since 2002?
We agreed with the conservation, and we talked with the planning board, that within 100 feet of any area that we're proposing to do excavation, we will have the wetlands reevaluated. As you can see, if you turn back to sheet 1, there's a majority of wetlands that are nowhere near where we're talking about. We don't want to go back out there and redo those to move it a foot or half a foot or 2 feet or whatever it's moved since 2002.
Are they contiguous?
Oh, we absolutely agree. Yeah. I mean, there's some isolated. This is isolated. These ones here, majority of footing drains for these homes back in here. You can see how they're draining straight down from their pipes that come out. This one here is kind of a major wetland complex in here that's all connected. And then it kind of connects over to here, back towards the villa, and then back out this direction here. So no, we agree that anywhere, like we said, it was recommendation of Collis from the conservation that within 100 feet of any excavation that we go out and verify the wetlands haven't changed.
Now, for this application, Derek made these items on the staff review. It says this application is a result of planning board determination at the June 24, 2010 meeting that they come for us for a special exception variance. The planning board did not provide comment to the ZBA regarding their proposed use or the pending ZBA application. Second, he said the application was not sent to the Conservation Commission for review and comment as it does not involve a wetland setback.
But it does.
It has gone. They were there last week. He's correct at what he's saying, that they asked for 100 feet from the area that's being excavated. They want a reserve comment until they site walk it, and they're asking to site walk it with planning.
Okay.
And when do they feel that site walk will be?
That's being scheduled once the outcome of this meeting.
So
they're going to be before planning on August 12th.
Are we putting the cart before the horse? The egg before the chicken?
she's not part of the panel.
Oh.
Taking notes.
I'm sorry, that's right.
I don't know where my limits are, where I've recused myself as an abutter, but you had asked the question about the functions analysis, and I was working on the Concom minutes today, and in your report, it says that Matt had agreed to do one.
There's some pond area. I don't know if that's it. There's a pond that they talked about.
Oh, it must be when we were talking about this wetland. We agreed that we'd have to do the wetland permitting here. I'll look at the minutes, but I don't remember ever saying function analysis. I'll have to look.
Kim asked about that.
I think it was maybe what was that? Maybe what was the function of that wetland? That might have been.
Okay.
Now, you're asking them to redefine the wetlands based upon this study of those wetlands that would come within 100 feet of impact?
Of excavation.
Of excavation. Now, how can you make that determination when these wetlands are from 2002? What to say that there are not any other wetlands that have occurred or increased since 2002 that you would be eliminating in the study?
Any area that's within this area here, or any area that's within 100 feet of that area will be checked.
The whole perimeter?
Of the impact area, yes.
Based upon the 2002 study?
No, I think we're missing
I
connection.
know.
So he's just saying,
2002, they did a full study of the whole
Right,
thing.
right.
We're gonna go out there and verify that that's still good in this area. There's no
Okay.
reason to go way up on Norman Road, all the way to the Villa School, when we're not gonna be anywhere near that.
I'm
That's
just
what I'm
trying,
saying.
yeah,
so I think you'll be satisfied with what they
Okay.
do.
okay.
Good question. So then the third staff review item is where we talked about that you make mention of recreational field development. We're not going to talk about that. And then the copy of the application was sent to the fire department for review on July 1st. And that's essentially the big points. So you had something, because he hasn't gone through all the stuff.
I just had two other things that just stand out to me. You show that the closest property line to the excavation area is 130 feet, which in my mind seems close. I mean, we just heard.
Your regulations are 150 feet to the nearest structure.
To the nearest structure, okay. I mean, we just heard from somebody about goats 150 feet away. It was annoying. I can't imagine having an excavation happening that close to the residential. And then the other concern that I have is, typically if you're going to do a site plan for something, you do the excavation as part of your approval for the site plan preparation for the site. And it seems to me that there's no guarantee, especially because this has to go, or your prior proposal had to go for a town vote to fund the fields. There's certainly no guarantee that that will ever happen, that approval will ever happen, yet you're going ahead with the excavation, which in my mind shows that you're basically excavating the site for the revenue that you'll gain off that site, and I feel very uncomfortable having that happen in a residential zone. So unless you can convince me otherwise.
If I may, too, if I can follow up on Joanne's question, we dangle the recreational fields out there like somewhat of a carrot, but as she said, what if it doesn't happen? What if we permit a commercial gravel operation, it's done for 2 years, property is all nicely reclaimed, but the economy stays in the toilet and it's 5 or 10 years out and the town still hasn't come up with the money to buy and develop recreational fields there? What are the owner's plans for the property in the event that the town proposal doesn't happen?
Okay, let's take a step back, I guess. I understand where everybody's kind of seeing, we talked about the ball fields have gone away, we went to vote, it didn't vote, all that stuff, I understand where you're going. This has been, I've been working on this, I don't know what the job number is, 08, 07. Okay? I've been working on ball fields, okay, since 2008 with certain members of this town. Okay? This vote here, it didn't happen, all right, I understand that. This started as that project in 08. Since that time, obviously Ed has gone through multiple different, not since that time, before this, he had gone through multiple different things with this. He believes, as well as I do, as well as a bunch of the people we're meeting with, that it's a good location for what we were proposing, okay? Here nor there, that's not what we're talking about tonight now, it's the excavation that's out here. This piece of property, I mean, listen, there's $12,000 to $15,000 in taxes on it per year. I mean, he has to come up with something that does it. This is a way that Ed has tried to come forward, that's putting his best foot forward, saying, listen, I've heard what the town has told me for 2 years. Not the whole town, certain people in town. They'd like to see ball fields in this location. Ed could come in and do an excavation permit, make a couple bucks, and level this field out, level this area out, and he would have that. He could also try and come back in, he could have come back in with a residential subdivision and try and classify that as an excavation permit and pull the material out. He didn't, okay? We're not trying to go behind anybody's back with this. This has been working with the town for almost 2 years, getting to this point now where this seems to be the best case scenario for the town, possibly, as well as for Ed right now. It does create money. We're all trying to make a dollar in this economy, okay? Everybody is. That's just the way nature is right now. But he's not trying to go behind anybody's door and create a ground. That's not the way this started. We've done there's so many meeting minutes with so many different people that we've come forward with that operation first. The advantage of the athletic fields to the gravel operation is that athletic fields are flat. It's 2% and flat. You can't screw it up. Fields can go here, fields can go there. You can put a soccer field here, a baseball field. They're not conducive to each one has to be designed by itself. You can have a level area and then come in and design. And we didn't just make up the area. You know, we put together a very thought out plan with what was needed for the town as far as 2 adult soccer fields, not adult, but kids soccer fields, high school, 2 little fields, 2 other fields, a baseball field, parking, an indoor basketball court. I mean, we thought about it with people in town. So that's how we got the area that we're excavating. We didn't come up with something and go, well, we want to excavate over here because that's where the good material is, and we're going to come in and tell them that. No. We came up with a proposal that made sense. It didn't pass the March vote. I understand that. We're now in front of you for the gravel operation. I know we can't look at them both, but that's how it's come together. So.
Yeah, and to go back, and to try to get you back to you on track, is that the concerns you both raised are exactly what we need to address strictly. Just to look at it as a gravel operation in a residential and agricultural area and make a determination based on the criteria. That's really what we're
I feel like, you know, I know that I haven't been part of any of this, but I know it went to the town meeting, and that's the first I had heard about it. And I feel like I'm being asked to make this decision in a bubble, not hearing what the planning board has to say or the conservation commission. And maybe this is an application that we should have a joint meeting with them on before we make a decision like this, because this is a major decision.
I agree.
Yeah, and if I may add, Kevin, I mean, I think we need to, since the applicant brought in the whole issue themselves as part of their application, it's something, yeah, we've got to make an objective judgment, but I don't think we can do it, because as I say, this is a fine plan, and please don't take my comments. I was not imputing that there's anything backdoor about this, but the fact being that, you know, those of us who've been around town for a while know how long Mr. Monty has owned this land, how long he's sat on the property, and I can understand him wanting to come up with a viable proposal for it, but, you know, if the town doesn't buy it in 5 or 10 years, then you've got a nice level development area.
And what I still don't, I mean, I think you've answered it, but what I still don't understand, other than the economics, is why doesn't he just wait and see if the town approves the fields and then do his excavation? But I think you answered that.
Because it generates some cash for this year. And just so you realize too, this whole area from here up, what's there today and what's there 6 months from now is gonna look the same to the naked eye as you walk out there. It's flat sand and it's this high and it's gonna be this high. You know,
I think
the overall look, again, seeing it is a lot different. When you're out there and you see it, you're like, oh, well, you're just taking that down 6 more feet. Well, it's already, there's no trees, there's no nothing. There is in this area here, and that's expanding of it a little bit because it makes sense, but.
And we would be, you know, I would think we would be a lot more concerned about the residential and the fact that those homes are so close, but also that gravel road where the trucks would be hauling in and out is also very close to a residential neighborhood on Norman Road. I mean, I think we have to also take that into account. Although you haven't shown those houses, I think there are some, you know, pretty large homes over on those lots.
Wasn't that part of the movie?
I think, you know, fortunately Ed built those homes.
I was gonna say, didn't he?
He did or didn't, they're there.
From the villa.
So that's why they're not showing you, because he built those.
He built those houses from the whole
I
villa.
want to back up one conversation, is the joint meeting with the planning board. So you raised the issue on what would be the benefit, or what is the planning board considering? Are they looking at it as a gravel operation, right? So the application that went to the planning board is to process a gravel operation, and then they, in doing so, realized that.
See, that, you're absolutely right where, and I don't like joint meetings, but you're right, you would get, they've seen this 4 different times. First time was, they don't need to do, Steve Griffin said, just bring it from, we don't need to do anything, just it's gonna be removal of the material for a parking lot. Well, they said, wait a minute, we can't do that. Jim Raymond said, we need to have something that's a little more specific to the regulations, we can't just go do it. So then we came in following the excavation, and then we did all that, and then all of a sudden we came to another meeting, they said, oh, well, Derek just said you need a variance and a special exception, actually, now to go back and do that. So the planning board does have lots of, and Jim Raymond specifically has lots of history with why we're at this point.
Well, what's your application before the planning board? Do you have an application?
As an excavation.
As an excavation.
Strictly as an excavation. We got there and they said, well, you need a variance and a special exception.
So, a joint meeting would address, does the town want a gravel operation at this location? I would not suggest that we go beyond that to talk ball fields and future uses and things like that. That we would, the only decisions that would come out of it was yes or no, a variance and a special exception on it. And so in that light, is it still beneficial to have a joint meeting if we're only gonna speak to gravel operation?
Well, because I think then you hear, if they've heard this 4 times already, and they have the history, then you hear what they have to say about it. They may have other questions and it helps for us to form our decision. We wouldn't make our decision with them, you know, we would do it separately, but we would maybe hear some more.
I mean, we have separate criteria from them. We look at the, you know, various criteria is why is this property unique to do this operation? Why are you special? Why can you do it?
Can you just back up a second and say, why did Steve Griffin say you didn't need the variance?
In the well, that's way back. We were never discussing variance and special exceptions. You have a section about excavation, very clearly spelled out what you need to do. Unfortunately, you have another section that doesn't spell it out as clearly, and that's why Derek.
Doesn't it say conditional use? Wasn't there?
Yes, the planning board, in the excavation, it's a conditional use permit from the planning board.
From the planning board, and then the other section that was found later said, why is here before? At first they thought he just needed conditional use.
First was, under your excavation, if you go to the section, it says excavations that do not need a permit. And Steve Griffin felt we kind of fell into that first. This was back November-ish. Then he's moved on and we came to the planning board, and the planning board, when we came and said, listen, we think we fall into that section, say we don't need an excavation permit, they said, no, we gotta do this, you need to follow that, so we followed that. We submitted to the planning board, and I hear some people saying, well, the horse before the cart, we've kind of been put through this different ways. So we submitted as a planning board based on what they told us to do, and I think it was February of this year, January, February. Then Derek determined that the variances would be needed for special exception, the agricultural, and the residential.
So basically, if you were excavating, like I said before, as part of a site plan,
You wouldn't be.
you wouldn't need to
Yeah, they
be
wouldn't even be
here,
here.
which is my point.
Which is the first
that-
question I asked. They're not building something.
Right.
If we had come in connecting the road from Wallace out to Crestwood and then brought another road to Norman and showed 50 lots, we could have gone in there and done it as part of the project.
It's
But
only
you know-
because they're not building anything that they gotta come here.
Right. They're
So
basically
they can't,
doing
they
a
can't
gravel
take,
operation.
well, now the application muddies the water that we have because it brings the ballpark in.
And he said at the beginning to get rid of that.
I understand, you can say to get rid of that, however, he can take this application that has the ball field and the excavation, and if we approve the excavation site or the application, even though he states that it really doesn't include the ball field, he could literally take this application forward to the planning board and say, well, it does include the ball field because it was part of my application. This application is incorrectly stated. This application should have never had any of the ballpark information in it.
I
It
just
should have
called
been-
it a conceptual layout, just so you know. So I was very clear on my plans that it wasn't that we were saying this is site, it's just a conceptual layout. I think I put in the note, this plan is to show a proposed conceptual recreation complex layout on the subject farm. I mean, this was not as, you know.
But I think if this was true and he says, I'm building ball fields, he wouldn't even have to be here.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I
So he would need
understand that.
approval.
But
Well,
he still needs a special exception. Even, if he did that, he could go right through the planning board.
Right.
Now he has his options. He can either take the special exception and variance if it's granted and just do the excavation, or he can take the application as he's written it, including the ball fields, and in his plans are diagrams of a ball field.
And he can build the ball
And he
fields.
can build the ball fields and go forward to the planning board with it and say, I've got the okay for the land use, and I'm gonna excavate it, now I'm bringing it forward to you, the total application, which includes the ball field part, and I am gonna go forward with it that way.
He could.
Right.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
and
you could build fields for the town if you wanted to. I mean, I don't know what it would do for them.
Right, so if he chose right now, you know what, I'm building ball fields.
Yeah.
And I need to do that, I need to excavate. If he made that statement, he wouldn't even have to be here. Wouldn't even have to be here. Because he's building something. I think
Well,
that's
you
how-
still need site plan approval.
Right, but not for the ZBA.
No.
There's something,
I don't know if ball fields are allowed in the R1 district. I mean, again, if the town bought the land, they have a lot more
Okay,
ability
might be a
to do
different
something. I don't know.
application.
Yeah.
Might be a
yeah,
different
yeah,
application.
Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Why did you keep it in our application then,
Why'd I keep what?
the ball field?
Again, I showed a conceptual layout to show you how we picked the area. Because everybody's gonna say, well, how'd you come up with this weird shape? I wanted people to realize how we came up with that shape. I didn't just make it up. That's
So
why.
if he were to make a statement, which he has done, that doesn't want to speak to the ball field aspect of it, and only speak to the excavation for gravel operation, and make that statement, and we make a vote 2 or 4 from that, would that be sufficient, that ball fields, any discussion of ball fields are not part of the finding?
Hasn't he already made that statement?
Yeah,
It's
that's
in
what I'm
the
saying, he
minutes. I
has,
remember writing
right.
it.
Would that be sufficient?
He's made that statement, but are we approving
The application,
we're approving the application,
not the.
we're not necessarily approving the testimony,
You can,
right
when you
or
make,
wrong?
well, I'm gonna,
But-
hang on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So when you make a motion,
Mhm.
normally you state what that motion is.
I see where
And-
you're
and if-
heading with
and
this
if-
now, yeah.
And if you agree with the motion as written,
Mhm.
you know, that you agree with how they wrote the variance criteria, and that's, instead of restating it, you just say.
You're saying you can make the
Yeah, you say,
motion and
"These are my
specify that the ball fields are not part of the
Yeah, you can say
approval.
that, absolutely.
I see where you're going.
You can be
with it.
very specific in what you're saying. Normally, like tonight, most often we said we grant the variance and special exception as they proposed. So we agreed with all the words that they used.
Is there an aquifer in this area?
I don't know.
Come
I'm
on.
sorry. To do any,
That's one of the first things we need to know. You're gonna do excavating.
Is that a planning board question?
No, it says in here. Prohibited projects where the excavation would substantially damage a known aquifer so designated by USGS, blah, blah, blah. And you don't even know if there's an aquifer there?
Slipping.
I will say that.
I mean, there's water on the ground, I'm
Yeah,
sure of
well,
that.
Goffstown has one of the largest aquifers
Absolutely,
in
no.
the state of New Hampshire.
We
So
need to
that's-
know that.
that's-
Gotcha.
And I'd like to know how many trucks, again, and I guess that will be in the minutes, so or I can wait till it.
The answer's already in
Check the
here.
planning board minutes. It's not
Well,
in
we can
here,
wait
but
till
it's
we
in the
open
planning.
public discussion, because
It's in
then
the
you.
planning board minutes.
Yeah, you could. The road that you're planning, the road that the gravel road that's there now, that traverses wetlands?
It goes between them, yes. Is that what you mean by traverses?
It goes between them.
There's nothing that's impacted. There's a
And-
culvert that that's broken down that they need to replace, that should be able to replace already.
So the road does not need to be widened because you have this sophisticated walkie-talkie system between the trucks telling who's
That's
coming
not,
in and out?
as I said last week at the conference, I was making a joke. If anybody watches Ice Road Truckers up in Alaska.
Yes, I do.
They do the same thing. I mean, hey, we're coming up the Attican Pass, nobody else come down. I mean, that's what truckers do.
Okay, so if you have and a concern of mine as far as the traffic issue is concerned,
Yep.
is that if you have trucks within the proximity of the area, and you have another one that's up here, and starting to leave because they're on a deadline to get to a job, and you have another one, couple coming back to get into it, where are you gonna stack them?
John Neville's the one that's I don't run 18-wheelers. I will ask that question of John Neville. I'm sure he has a location that he does on gravel operations.
That would be a concern.
I'm sure he would keep them here. What we do is set it up so that they stay inside the area at this location, so everybody's coming in. These would be things that planning board is gonna obviously sit down with us on timelines and operation hours and all that kind of stuff.
I'm looking at it from a nuisance standpoint.
Understood.
Also, if I may, a question on the traffic. Your presumption is that some of this would take a lot of the gravel truck traffic out of the middle of town, the ones that are coming, I believe that pit is where it's even closer into Henniker, where they all come from. Now, are those all John Neville's trucks? Are there other gravel operators that run down there? Is this going to cut all of the traffic if this were approved?
Absolutely
or
not.
significantly reduce it? Because Neville would take all of his supplies from that area?
Again, John's telling me he's got 2 years of material. I mean, we're not talking a 20-year gravel operation here. So yes, for a couple of years, John said, we're taking 6 to 8 feet. If you've seen any gravel operations and driven by them, especially I live in Henniker, and you see, I mean, there's 80 feet of material that they brought out. We're talking 6 to 8 feet. We're talking a very minor gravel operation here for a short period of time. Again, John would like to supply some of the things that are going on in town, he feels.
And your statement was that you're taking 6 to 8 feet, that you are not going to go below the wetland.
Correct.
You are going to be taking out material that water usually passes through, being gravel and sand.
Yep. Typically.
And are you going to then fill in any pockets that once you take this out with any other material like clay that won't be as impervious?
We wouldn't be bringing anything back. The goal was, at the time, was to leave level area so that they can just put loam on top and seed it.
Loam and seed.
That was we have to do a reclamation plan for alteration of terrain. I believe theirs is, I'm not sure the actual amount of loam we've put in, but we have to, we have to stabilize the whole area. And again, if you go out there today and see what's out there is a big open sand pit, it'll be a lot more stabilized after alteration during the DES as we go through this project. You will actually have something that if this was never, let's step back even further. If this was left just the way it is right now, you've got and Gail can say, you've got a big open sand pit. Kids are going out there, they're doing their bikes, they're doing their bonfires, all that. Once he excavates this out, he has to put this back, he has to do a reclamation plan of this. That'll then be stabilized. I don't know exactly what the state's gonna make us do on it, but 9 out of 10 times it's grass. So now you have an area that was a sand pit that's now gonna be 2-3 years later, a grassed area, which I assume tree droppings and stuff will land on and things will grow up. So if nothing ever happened, you'd actually be redeveloping this area into a forested area better than what it is today. So there's so many parameters on this that it continues to go.
How would that affect the drainage characteristics?
All the
of area?
drainage-
What's going down to Mask Road from there?
As she brought up earlier, one of the biggest changes DES has had last year was changing the water quality. For the last 16 years that I've been doing this up in the state, we all just talked about peak runoff for decades. I mean, that's all we did. We just, what was the worst flow? Let's deal with that and move on. Well, I think we've all seen the results of the last 10 years and the storms that we've had because of that. The big change now is we have to deal with volume. What the volume was before, what the volume is post has to be the same. Their regulations, again, as she said, completely overhauled everything on that. This has to get that permit. I can't tell you, I mean, they're now up to standards with Maine, closer to Massachusetts. Their standards have increased substantially.
The gravel excavation area is closest to the Wallace Road side?
Yeah, well, I mean, here's Wallace, so yes,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
closer to the wall. I mean, this is the existing gravel operations right in here. All this area right here.
And the part that's in the ag residential 1 zone area, what, is that gravel also? Is it all gravel?
This is not, it's gravel material, but this was not excavated prior to now.
Right, but you're planning on
We're
graveling,
planning on graveling.
gravel excavation
Yeah.
here. And do they have one of those machines that crushes the gravel?
No, this is all sand. This is like septic sand.
So you don't think
Septic
there's any-
foundation sand, right on that? Yeah, this is septic, this is not, we're not doing boulders and
Oh,
blasting,
okay,
no.
okay.
I mean, I've been out there a bunch of times, I haven't seen anything like that.
But there'll be some processing to screen to different sizes and things, or is it all just picked up
You're doing that,
and
are you?
drawn up?
No, it's all just a coarse sand right now. It'll be whether or not it's septic sand or foundation sand or sand for road beds. It depends on what the spec the sleeve passes.
I want to step in.
Okay.
Is it reasonable that we're not going to get to the ARMS application tonight to deliberate? Most people are still waiting here, so. Normally I like to 10:30 or so.
I'm guessing, I don't know, I'm guessing that this isn't gonna be voted on tonight.
This one.
Right.
Yeah.
There seems to be too many unanswered questions. So I'm guessing this will be continued and deliberate. We could probably be out of here by 11 and still deliberate on that.
The other one?
Mhm.
All right.
Just my thoughts.
Or can we take perhaps just a count on how many people want to be heard on this one? Before we
Yeah, because
decide to
there are
deliberate?
members of the public here for this one.
Can
Are
I
we-
make a recommendation?
Sure.
Can we continue our application so that you could get to them, so that you could finish them up and then
Yeah.
wanted to do the joint or something, but we'd be willing to do that. And then I can get I can get the aquifer and I can get the trucks and John Neville on how he would be dealing with the traffic as they come out if you'd like.
You should give the butters, or whoever's here from the public, a chance to make
Can I-
comment if
But-
they want.
Can I just ask one question? It's-
Hang on.
Okay.
So, we have cut you short in providing, letting you give your side of the story on going through the criteria and the variance and special stuff. You still want to do that, is that correct? Or we've kind of usurped all that by asking questions?
Well, I think what should be done is some of that stuff should be cleaned up so that the paper you have next meeting is exactly what I say. Kind of sound like you wanted to have that. I could do that too. I think it's getting late, that's all. This is
Could
my-
you also remove this block and put it somewhere else so it doesn't cover up what's under it? I just had one question. It says here, no excavation shall be permitted within 50 feet of the boundary of a disapproving abutter or within 150 feet of any dwelling which either existed or for which a building permit has been issued. My question to Derek for the next meeting would be, if here's the excavation site and here's the Hall Road, which is or isn't part of the excavation site, is it or isn't it, is my question. And those houses need to be shown on Norman.
House is shown on Norman Road?
And then is the roadway, the Hall Road leading into this site, part of the excavation?
Is it technically part of the excavation?
Exactly.
You know, it's interesting, you asked, you're looking at section 11 regarding excavation. However, Derek, in his presentation of materials this evening, does not make any reference to section 11, that we're seeking any variance from section 11. Correct?
He's not seeking the variance from section 11, but he's seeking the variance because the use is not allowed in the residential zone. But this is part of the criteria for an excavation permit that
And they would have to follow
need to
these rules
address.
to allow to do
Exactly.
the excavation.
Yeah.
So then the questions on here would need to be answered. And some of these are planning board, most are planning board
Most are planning board, but I think
Conditional use permit with the planning board, so.
some of these would help me make a decision as to whether or not I felt that this was a proper use for that property.
Okay.
Can I throw out something? And if you have something about the active, previously being a sand pit, because I've had that said at meetings from other board members, this previously was
Right,
a sand
exactly.
pit years ago. So that might be something that you might.
Yeah, it's like,
Because it's
what did
been
we-
said
what
by
was it
different
done?
members, a history of knowing the town, that they thought this was previously an active sand pit before.
yeah, I agree. Good question. Okay, so if there's a number of questions,
I
would
guess
you
two
like to
things,
hold
though.
your presentation?
Where did you end up with on the joint meeting? We're not gonna do that? You're gonna get feedback from them? Because that's obviously time is, you know, I mean,
Right.
we're talking 30 more days now, so I don't wanna go 60, 90 if we can. So I think that would be one thing, and then we would continue for 30 days if you're gonna have a joint meeting in that 30 day, I don't know.
Well, you said you're going back to the planning board on the 12th,
Well, that's when we're on. We got stopped because Derek decided we need variances. That was-
so you're not being heard if you don't get this approval tonight, right?
so
Be no use.
Not gonna hear it, right?
So any comment on the joint board, the necessity of it? Again, our focus is the gravel operation, which I think we've come around to.
I like to keep it out there, but I'm not ready to say that that's the direction I want to go in. I still want to hear some more information from Matt about this particular plan that I think is more relevant to my decision-making. If I feel unfortunately, if I feel after the next meeting that I'm still maybe sitting on the fence, I don't want to take it off the table, but I don't want to be premature in that discussion, because there's still additional information that is needed here, which might have to be discussed at a joint meeting.
Okay. How about the, right now, I would agree that we don't see a need for the joint meeting right now. Any comment on that? How about, I know there's people here that have, as I understand, people are waiting to make a statement. However, I don't think I'm ready to open it up to, my comment is I'm not ready to hear from abutters or other people interested yet until I hear the full application here. Any comment on that?
The abutters may have questions of their own that need to be answered, that they could bring forth.
Yeah, I would like to hear, and this way he can hear what they have to say.
They don't have to get into a big, long dissertation, but just questions that maybe haven't been answered yet.
Are you my advisor?
Yes.
Consigliere.
Well, she's right, and they have been here too.
So, comment on that?
I would like to hear what they have to say
Tonight.
in brief form, just to give the applicant the knowledge of what he may be facing when he comes back.
Okay. Is that okay with you? All right. Any last words before you sit down? Okay. So then I am going to open this up to the public. As we were talking, we would like to make it brief so that they can answer your questions or have your voices heard. So first, I'm going to ask for people who are in support of it, that have material to add that hasn't been brought forward. How about abutters that are against the application? Anyone here like to speak? Holy cow. So please start second row, come up, and have a seat, state your name.
I'm Bob Tremblay. I'm a butter on Crestwood, 30 Crestwood Lane. I just have a few questions. When they do this excavation, when are they going to do it? In the spring, I've lived at my house for 25 years. In the spring, that gravel road is underwater. So you got spring, you can't do it. So you got late summer, and are they going to do it in the winter?
Okay.
And the other question is once he does this excavation thing, and the town decides to buy it, is that road a right-of-way into that, or is there a right-of-way, or is that a deeded to that property?
Okay, and he's making notes on these questions.
You know what I mean, is it deeded to that property? Because it's no good to the town if we gotta come in off a Mass Road, because we already know that it's so expensive because of the ledge and everything coming in on Mass. In Crestwood, you can't come in on Crestwood because there's such a steep hill there.
Okay.
And the third thing was just, is it worth, gravel, what's gravel, $22 a yard, sand? And you multiply, do the figures, is it worth all the aggravation of this, the permits, the time and all that, just to pull the gravel out? Do your figures, it's $22 a yard or whatever it is, that the going price, and the yardage that he's gonna pull out of there.
And maybe the applicant could come up with a rough figure of how many
Well,
yards.
is it, to him, I don't see where it's worth it, all the aggravation and the permits and going to the state and paying these fees and all that. There's gotta be something else to this whole thing.
Okay. They could probably come back with an answer to that.
And that's it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next, yes, sir, with your hand up, come on forward.
Matt Monahan, Ridgewood Drive. Just a couple things. I guess in general, my two concerns are neighborhood character and water, as we've all touched on. I think I'm going to go to the water one first. There was a question earlier about aquifers. I have right here, this is a map. I went to Granite, the UNH. This is the USDA data that shows there is an aquifer. I just want to give that to the board at the site in question, underneath the two sites, actually.
Can we keep that?
Oh, yeah, yep. And the second thing is I'm having a hard time following the fact that there was a gravel pit that existed. The house that my wife and I own, it's been there since the late 70s. To my understanding, there has been no gravel pit operations taking place there, an assessor's data or anything else for that matter. So to introduce something would be introducing a gravel pit in a residential area. Secondly, RSA 155E2 Roman numeral 2 talks about you have to have, in order to be grandfathered, you have to have your grandfather, but you have to submit a plan to the regulator, i.e. the planning board, by August 4th, 1991. So to my mind, if there's nothing on file by 1991 saying there's a gravel pit, and I think the applicant indicated that there was operations taking place in the 90s, that doesn't quite match up. So to me, it doesn't seem like there's a gravel pit that's been there while the neighborhood was residential in character. So to me, you're putting a gravel pit in a residential area, and that damages the property values.
Well, you had an RSA reference for that, you said?
I do, and if you further information, I can photocopy this. This is the Southwest Regional Planning Commission's Gravel Pit Handbook, page 1-5. I can read it to the board. In order for a grandfathered pit to retain its status, the owner must have filed an excavation report with the planning board no later than August 4th, 1991. Yada, yada. Then it continues on. Failure to submit this report means that the owner loses his or her grandfathered status. So that's a point in time when we can say if there's nothing on file by then how can we say that there was operations taking place in the mid-90s or thereabouts? Additionally, if you guys all have the Brown book, page 177 in the RSA book, about halfway down, that's kind of where that's derived from. And that's kind of my...
What is it?
Page 177, halfway down, that's under RSA 155E2, Roman numeral 2, under abandoned excavations, numeral 1.
So why do you think grandfathered gravel pits apply to this application?
Well, it's either an ongoing operation, right? They have a permit on file upstairs with a reclamation plan in the whole 9 yards, or it's a grandfathered gravel pit.
So you don't believe someone could just start a gravel pit from scratch?
Not without going through the regulator after 1991, i.e. the planning board, the site plan.
Okay, which is what they're doing as far as your understanding.
They are, but the statement was made earlier that this has been a gravel pit and it continued up into the 90s.
Okay.
So my question is, the onus would be on the applicant to prove that that's the case. And that said, I'm just curious, where's the proof that it was a gravel pit while the neighborhood was residential in character?
Do you believe if they go before the planning board and get planning board approval that they would still need to have that grandfathered statement, or is the planning board approval sufficient to what they want to do?
I think going back to the original statement about, the 5 tests for a variance, and the whole 9 about saying we're not damaging property values in the area. If the neighborhood is residential in character and you introduce a gravel pit, that there is no proof that it existed as a permitted gravel pit before that into that neighborhood, you're putting a commercial gravel pit in a residential area that damages the character of that neighborhood and therefore their property tax values.
Okay.
I'm using this 1991 date as a reference point in time to say, was there anything before that? Because the applicant has indicated that into the 90s, it was a gravel pit. So it's kind of just like a point in time to say, was there anything on file in 1991? Yes or no? I think if you could show yes, definitively, through assessor records, through compliance with this RSA here, that there is something on file in 1991, then you can say that, yeah, okay, there was a gravel pit in operation in a residential neighborhood.
Okay. So I think our, Ms. Gale, our planning board, our person here, board assistant, is asked the question. They're going to come back and hopefully answer the question on history of this operation, and then hopefully address your question too on grandfathering, if it's required or not.
It's not so much that. I'm just using that data as a point in time to establish, if it really was a gravel pit when the neighborhood was residential in character. Again, my house is like 1980. So, I mean, if there's no gravel pit functioning prior to the neighborhood existing, it's barren woods. It's one thing to have a gravel pit there. Yeah, that's consistent with the character. But if you're introducing it because you can't show that it has been an ongoing operation in a neighborhood, then you're introducing something that's not there, and that's detrimental to the character and therefore the property values.
Okay. I think you've made your point.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your comments. Sure. Anyone else speaking? Okay, ma'am? Good evening.
Hi. I'm Deborah Carrier, 28 Normand Road.
Okay.
My property would be significantly affected, my value as well as I think the safety of my children and so forth, because this gravel road that would be access to the pit abuts my property. I have a nice pool area that we've put in. I pay significant taxes on this property, and if trucks are running to and from this road, there's going to be dust. I have children to worry about, and I think this is also detrimental for the fact that there are children crossing the road consistently at the ball field. I know this because I turn up Normand and I continually have to stop. There have been little children running out. this is, I just think that this is detrimental to the wildlife. There's significant wetlands back there. This affects a lot of things. The property, when I moved in, I asked about that road, and I was told that it had just been used as access to build the houses, because the road runs in between my property and the villas, and that nothing was going to be done with it. Now I'm in there, now I'm settled, and I've made improvements on my home, and now things change. I just think that this is really too bad for the people that live there. I hear that, it's the perfect place and everything else. It's the perfect place if you don't live there.
So you're speaking to it as from a gravel excavation operation?
Exactly. I think it's a safety concern, and I also think that it's going to affect the value of my home.
Okay.
Significantly. Thank you.
Could I just ask one clarification? If we're looking at sheet 1 here, where are you in relation to the access road of these, I'm presuming you're one of these lots?
On the very first house.
Right next to the dirt road that goes into the property then? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sir, back row. Have a seat, please. Good evening.
Sorry, I'll try and keep this brief. I know it's late. I'm Eric Ely. I live at 32 Norman Road, actually right next door, so I'm the next house up. I live directly on that gravel road as well. I think the biggest thing is to realize that road is not really a road. It's a dirt path. So dump trucks going up and down there all day are going to kick up rocks, they're going to kick up dirt, it's going to be very loud. It's definitely going to depreciate the value of my house and be a nuisance. I mean, quoting from the planning board meeting, it was 40 dump trucks per day. So break that down, that's 80 trips per day, that's 1 every 6 minutes. So do you want a dump truck driving by your backyard every 6 minutes? Not only that, but it's a safety risk too. I mean, our kids have, our next door neighbors have kids. We're starting a family. We have dogs that run around the backyard. It's a safety risk for everybody who lives around it. And I think the biggest thing is the ball field, as we've all said, is not part of this plan. That being said, this is an excavation, like we keep saying. What is the public interest? There is none. I mean, it's going to be a flat sand pit in 2 years. And if the town doesn't buy it, what's going to happen then? He's going to sell it to somebody else. He's going to try and develop it. He may just sit on it for a while. Who knows? But there is no public interest in just excavating a place for the next 2 years.
If you were to understand that it was only a 2-year operation that they'd be running these trucks, and now granted 2 years can be a long time or a short time, is 2 years consideration in your opinion? Does it change?
I think that what would change my opinion is the end result. If I knew there was going to be ball fields after 2 years, yeah, I could probably put up with it. But I don't know that. He could sell it. He could develop it. He could do whatever he wants after 2 years. This may make it more attractive for him to sell it to somebody else. So you can't say it's only a timeline thing. It's an end result kind of thing.
Yeah. All right, any questions? Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? So we went through any abutters, any interested parties that want to speak to this? Any last comments from Mr. Peterson before we? All right. Any questions from the board of anybody here? Any motions to continue this?
I make a motion to continue it to our September 7th meeting.
I'll second that.
And obviously with it, the applicant would come back to answer the questions that we've levied,
Yes.
and also that they would speak to as best as possible the questions that the abutters and interested parties have raised in regards to this application. Anything else? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained?
And would you remind the abutters that they will not be renoticed?
Yeah, so anybody on this, there will not be any additional notice. Consider this the notice that this is going to be brought up as this, probably the second application on the September 7th meeting. The second application to be heard. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so you're back again.
I'm back.
And I'm on.
Okay, so are we okay to jump right in?
I wrote my notes.
Okay. Excuse me? Sorry. are recusing?
Okay, so the board would like to go back to consider the application. Was that, of the ARMS application? And we had closed the public hearing. We were at the point of deliberation. Any comments, motions? By the board. Any reminders of where we were?
No, I just need a few minutes to get a little organized here.
Okay. Anyone else? So on this application? Yes, so Len's voting member on this application, so who's up there first?
I'll start.
Okay, Jody?
I think that, just from what I could tell, based on the conversation, that it seems like the chickens were okay. Didn't really seem to be a problem, from what I could tell. It was when the goats were introduced is when the noise and the odors seem to start the problem up. So I don't know if the chickens are causing odors or flies or anything, but just based on what was said, it seemed like it was coming more from when the goats came onto the property. And I can understand that they're trying to have a sustainable, I don't want to call it a farm, but property that, that they could feed themselves. They're making syrup. They obviously have bees with honey. They have the goats and everything. I just don't know. I think one of the problems probably started from the fact that it was right on the property line, and I think that definitely added to the problem because their yard is fairly a good size, and it's just too bad that it started off with them being so close to the property line. I know that area of town fairly well. I don't understand why some of it is zoned residential 1, because those houses are further apart than a typical residential 1 neighborhood, as well as Merrill Road. It's very country up there. I'm surprised that that's all zoned. The back half, we looked on the map, the back half of Merrill, but the lots are split.
Just to the south.
And it's not even the whole lot on the north. It's the lots on the north are split, and the front part of their lots are zoned residential as well. So it just doesn't make sense to me why that area is zoned residential, but it is zoned residential, and has been since I've lived here. So I think we have to be, considerate of that, and farms aren't normally not found in that zone. I think if they cut back, maybe eliminate the goats and not expand too much on the chickens, maybe go up to 15 chickens or something like that, maybe that would work. I don't know for sure, but
When I went to visit the property today, Mrs. Arms told me that the goats really are pretty much odorless with their droppings and things like that, and the odor primarily comes from the chickens.
Oh, really?
I couldn't discern
But
one
yet
or
they've
the other,
had the
but I could
chickens
just smell it.
since, I think they said 2007.
When I asked Mr. Hooton, he didn't make a statement on what's causing the
Yeah.
I tell you, my first job growing up when I was 17, driving to it, was picking eggs in a chicken coop of 66,000 chickens. And when I drove home and I got home, I was basically banned from the house until I decontaminated, because they have an odor that sticks. So I remember that job. I think I still smell it. So, okay. I just want to make a note, sir, we've closed the public hearing, so we're not going to take any additional comments from the public on this application. Any other comments?
Well, if I can offer some thoughts, because I live right down at the other end of Merrill Road, I know that part of town very well. I think it's just a case, and particularly if you look at the map here, as to, this is right around a zoning line, and if you look at the proximity of the abutters to this, where you're talking about limited frontage, there's a house directly behind, these are not agricultural district kind of separations that we're talking in that area. These are basic, your basic suburban lot. It just seems to me, I don't think it's the case, and I think we've hit this on other issues recently, maybe somewhere along the line in deciding on zoning law changes, we need to have a definition of a farm somewhere. Is one pygmy goat a pet? But what happens when you get, when do you get from a pet to a herd? And that's, I think, a question that we've had to face on a couple of these previous issues with livestock, is just, what's the reasonable number for the site?
Well, even with dogs, you're only allowed 4 before you need a special permit and they're considered a kennel.
Well, I mean,
But
perhaps
4
on other
is-
forms of livestock, that's something that needs to go into the zoning ordinance at some
4
point in the
dogs
future.
is a lot. Someone
Well,
has 4 dogs. in
that's
their
just it, and
house.
I think the argument was made during the testimony there that, people have dogs, people have problems with dogs, but quite realistically, unless somebody's either a breeder or a kennel who has more than 1 or 2 dogs, I don't know an awful lot of people, unless you've got an agriculturally zoned property and you're out in the middle with no nearby neighbors, I don't know of too many people that keep 4 or 5 dogs.
I tried to ask that question as what the applicant thought was the line between pets / something for the family versus an operation. On the comment regarding how this area is zoned, some of these lots seem to be very large, but the homes are very close together. So that's where it becomes an issue here too.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at like the proximity, if you're looking at this, this map here, Hunter Court is a subdivision that probably went in long after the other ones on Mountain Road, and it's,
They're tight in
they're
Hunter
close.
Court.
They're very tight there. It's not even, I'm not sure if it's R2, but they're very small lots in comparison to some of the others. There's a lot of it in that area that's R1, which is at least an acre, so it just strikes me, without making, and I admire their sustainable lifestyle and their attempts, but it might have been better before bringing in livestock to check the zoning law first, find out what was acceptable rather than coming to us after the fact and, asking us to bless something that's already on the site.
Well, to help answer our questions tonight, how we handled that previous application is that we first determined is the variance, and in this case, the variance requirement is due to the fact that 2 principal uses, that Derek made a determination that 1 principal use is the home, 2nd principal use is a livestock operation. Do we want to make any similar type of a decision or finding as we did last time, where we said, the numbers were small, the operation was small, it's pets, essentially. It was an accessory use. Is there any interest in making...
12 chickens,
12
right?
chickens, correct. Is there any interest or discussion of that we don't agree with how this was classified as a principal use?
I agree that it is more of a principal use because it's, if you want to compare it to that previous application that was referenced, I forget the name.
Yeah. Bichette, I think is the name.
Yeah, it's just much bigger. And I think there's also the issue of the buffers that aren't there.
When you're speaking to the other criteria.
Right. Yeah, but I don't think it's an accessory use.
You do or you do not?
I do not.
You do not?
I don't consider it an accessory use.
I totally disagree with the whole concept that a that raising I see where raising animals could be looked upon as a business. If you had, you were milking a herd of cows or, something like that. Or even if you had, however many chickens, and you were selling the eggs and that kind of thing. Then I can see where it would be a business. But I totally disagree with the interpretation of the ordinance that says you cannot have two principal uses on a lot where one of those principal uses is farming. Even if you were herding cows and you lived there on a farm and you had a herd of 60 cows that you were milking to sell the milk.
But then you wouldn't be R1.
How could you? I'm not talking any zoning right now. I'm just talking about the interpretation. How could you possibly say that you can't allow those two principal uses to be together on one lot? Then you would never have any farms. And I'm not.
I disagree with you, because if you had a farm, you'd be in an agricultural zoned area.
But
Right,
it
this is
says
R1.
that you
We weaved
can't-
that argument before, that there probably is a limitation in here
Yeah.
that we'd have to work through. We looked at the Abdul Qadir case, that if you were in the agricultural district and you had a home, could you initiate essentially a sizable operation where you're handling cattle and horses and all that stuff? Could you do that? And we believed that there was difficulty in identifying that in the zoning ordinance.
In the table of principal uses, one use under agricultural is raising and keeping of livestock, which is permitted in the agricultural zone.
Right.
Also in the agricultural zone, if you go to the same table of uses, you can live there. You can have,
If you go into agricultural zone.
you go in the agricultural zone
Right.
under residential, single-family dwelling and a two-family is permitted in the agricultural zone. Now, I'm not sure where it is in here, and I don't have time to look for it now, but Derek has told us, and it came out of that court case that was on Walnut Hill Road,
The Abdul Qadir case.
that you cannot have two principal uses on a piece of property, whether it be agricultural or residential or whatever.
Unless it's specified in paragraph 3.7, and 3.7 speaks to multi-family housing or mixed use.
Mixed
and stuff.
use.
There's very limited,
Right.
and that's why he says you need to have the variances from that.
And I totally disagree with that, because if you took that interpretation further, you could not have a farm in this town. And I'm telling you, I was on the planning board when that 3-point whatever was put into the ordinance, and the intent was not to eliminate anything here that we're talking about. It was specifically for mixed-use housing developments to enable them to allow an apartment above a retail or above some kind of commercial use.
Right.
And that was the purpose for that. And all of a sudden now it's been turned into the fact that you can't have two principal uses on a piece of property. If you can't do that, then you can't have farms in this town. And that is absurd.
Now, we have heard a number of applications asking for multiple principal uses. And we have said yes in some and no in others. And Derek has made that determination that it's not specified specifically in here. So he looks at the multiple principal uses, and we've ruled on that. Is that not acceptable to do that in this case as well? Even though the farming it's more logical that that's something we should support and things like that.
Right.
Are you saying that we should not follow Derek's recommendation on how to handle this case?
No, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
I know the concern you have.
I'm so confused.
I know the concern you have.
And I don't look at this application as a farm. To me, this is not a farm. This is a family trying to feed themselves the way that they would like to do it.
Okay.
My concern is, in this situation, is that they are in a residential zone.
And in a residential zone, you cannot have livestock, and that's why they're here. I think, like I said before, maybe if they started off with putting the livestock somewhere else on the property to begin with, this wouldn't have gotten this far. Maybe they wouldn't have been so annoying to the abutters. I don't know. I don't have any experience with goats or chickens
Right.
or anything. But I think that my feeling, just by listening to the conversation, was that maybe the chickens weren't such an annoyance, but then you guys are telling me, no, chickens smell. I don't know if chickens smell or not. You know, and to me, it sounded like Mr. Wooten said, well, we really didn't notice this until Memorial Day when the goats came on the scene. So, you know, I'm thinking, well, maybe if they get rid of the goats and move the chickens away from the property line, maybe that would alleviate the problem. I don't know. I'm just trying to be a little bit sympathetic to both parties.
Right.
And it's hard to do that. And our ordinance is so screwy when it comes to this stuff. And I know that this, you know, farming was a big thing in this town years ago, and I don't even know if we have any farms left
We do.
in town right now. I'm not really sure.
Maybe not dairy operations, but.
Devrient, yeah, well, that's more horticulture.
And
There's cows still on my street. There's cows still at Yannicopoulos, but not like it was before.
Yeah.
But, and I think we've gotten away from this farming thing, but it's coming back. There's a lot of people who want to have chickens and maybe other things, pigs or whatever, in their yard. And we need to look at this because it's only going to increase, I think, as time goes on.
Now, I will make a statement that I believe the zoning ordinance, as written, speaks to a lot of agricultural uses in a lot of the zones, but there's holes. There's probably holes that we've tried to fill with best judgment. So there could be things that we fix, but it does speak to allowed agricultural uses in most of the zones.
Right, and I think if we were looking at this whole application in an agricultural zone, then I would just say, well, you know, it's agricultural and it's allowed, but I understand they are in a residential zone, and unfortunately, like somebody said, I think it was you, maybe they should have looked at that before they decided to add the goats and the this and the that, because it wasn't allowed, and maybe they should have done their homework. And I feel bad because I know what they're doing, and I appreciate it, and I think it's great. I really do. But you can also, you know, cause a nuisance to your neighbor. So
no interest in making it an accessory use discussion like you did?
No, I don't, in this case, because there's goats, and their application really calls for an increase in the goats.
His statement was, well, I wanted to negotiate with you, basically.
Right. So, no, I wouldn't say this is accessory, but I wouldn't call it a farm.
Okay.
Based on our, you know,
discussion.
Our ordinance, yeah. I don't know what it is. I mean, I just think it's and it's a large family. It's 6 people in a family. They're trying to feed their family.
It's not a farm, but it's still farm animals.
Right.
So.
And if it were pigs, you know, I mean, the little I know about pigs, I don't know anything about farm animals, but I think pigs smell from what I've seen of them.
Mostly it's the manure of all
and
of
it's
this.
what they
Chicken
feed
manure,
them and everything.
you know, you have the processing.
So, you know, that would be a problem. So where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it gets to that question. Somebody has a cute little Vietnamese pot-bellied pig. You have one. It sleeps in your house. That's a pet.
Right.
You have 6 or 8 pot-bellied pigs. All of a sudden, it's not, to me, it's not a house pet anymore. There's somewhere there we got to find the line to draw.
I tend to agree with Joanne in that, you know, I can appreciate what they're trying to do. I think it's great. However, there is a place. And chickens is one thing, but when you start getting into larger livestock and like you have had experience with chickens, I, on the other hand, have had experience with the goat end of things. And whether it's 3 or whether it's 300, over a period of time, you know, there is manure, and quart a day out of 3 animals is, to me, a little bit on the lean side, but, urine over time permeates everything, and it will start to smell. And I just think that probably the lot is just not suitable, especially for the setbacks that would be required to make the abutters happy for a large animal like that. Chickens, obviously, through testimony, they've said they've been able to tolerate for the last, 2.5 or 3 years. But when it comes to goats, all of a sudden, in a matter of 2 months, the situation has changed. And I just feel that this, it's the right cause, but the wrong place for this, as far as the goats are concerned.
And one other point is, again, is that they made is that the application looks as if is everything as it is now, where the pens are, but the applicant would prefer to do other grow it just a little bit to properly size it. So you have to think about that too, that if we were to grant this, that it would probably not be exactly as they presented it tonight.
Exactly. Not only, and he's talking about expansion of the facilities for the animals, which now decreases your setback numbers even more.
And moving it, didn't he say something about moving it from place to place as the goats graze this area, they'd move to this area? So right now, they're affecting the Hootens more than others, but when they're on the other side of the property, it might be some other neighbors or something.
Could be.
And we've already, heard via letter testimony from the people to the west of them that are saying, we don't want it either, because we're already experiencing odors and noise and goats do have that distinctive, like they said, that baby cry, which, can be unnerving sometimes.
So we have 2 variance requests in front of us and a special exception. So the variance request, again, is to say that we will allow 2 principal uses on this property. Special exception would be the follow-on, allowing this operation to be a principal use, and then a setback, or a side yard setback. Any motions? Further comments?
The variance is for
The 2 principal uses. That's really, I think, what we need to address first, because we can't get past that one, we're not going to get anywhere.
Well, I don't think we can get past that one, because isn't one of the criteria about the unique conditions
Sure,
of that?
so
And
you need to talk to the 5 criteria.
He himself said that his lot is not unique, and it has to be unique, and he himself said it's not. He said it's like all the others in the neighborhood.
Yeah, he in saying that said that I believe that, they're all more rural and probably could sustain that type of activity. I think that was his point, but it wasn't unique from the other properties.
Yeah, I think Gail hit it squarely on the head, because I think that's the same way I feel. There's just nothing that I can see that why special circumstances. They've already got full use of the property as a residence. They're not being denied an adequate use of it, and there's nothing unique to justify going for it. As they say, I think Gail is absolutely right.
Is that your motion?
Motion to deny?
Not speeding anyone.
I will move to deny.
So are you denying the existing chickens as well?
Okay, here is the question. Based on Derek's ruling as far as finding violations for keeping livestock, does that include both the birds and the goats?
I would say yes. I would say the application is for approval for the chickens and the goats, and that we would make a determination on the variance criteria on the request for, in the application, 15 to, I got it right here, 10 to 25 hens and no more than 5 goats, 4 female and 1 neutered. That's what the operation would be. That would be the principal use. They haven't offered to say, we'll just keep the chickens, or, we'll skinny it down to do some other thing. All we have in front of us is the request at hand.
Unfortunately, they've kind of backed us into a corner.
I mean, given the lack of objections from abutters to the chickens, if this is something, if we deny the application as it is, they could presumably come back and request another variance
To keep the chickens.
to allow the chickens, but not the other livestock. I mean, I don't see, like Ed says, the way it's written, I don't see what we can do except move to deny the whole thing and then let them come back, you know, and request another variance, you know, if the chickens are not what the cause of the problem with the abutters has been.
They would have to, I think, have a substantial, not change or difference or on the chicken part.
They'd still have to get over the hurdle of the variance. And
Correct.
the, you know, the criteria for the variance.
Derek could still probably point to the two principal uses argument again, because that's what he did last
But then if it was
time.
only like 12
Right.
chickens again.
Then we would go, it's an accessory use. We'd do it like we did in the Plachette case. Well, yeah, I understand you said it's two principal uses, but we disagree.
Right.
It's an accessory use, so we'll look at it as an accessory use. We'll go from paragraph 3.12, I think is the proper, as we were told in the finding by the abutters, that we should have looked at 3.12 in the zoning ordinance to say that's the accessory use.
So I guess that's an option.
Yeah, they can come back.
They can come back.
So,
So is the motion to
Wait a
deny
minute, I
in
would-
whole?
Wait a minute, before,
Did
before
my-
we go further, I would like to clarify that if they come back, I don't want it to sound like we're recommending that they
Oh,
come
yeah.
back, or that we're saying that we would approve it if they come back. Because they would still have to prove all the criteria of whatever it is that's
absolutely.
required.
They still have to get through the public interest, still determine, and I think there would have to be a change in what they're asking for. Yeah, we give no precondition on the granting, it would be granted.
And I mean, just to clarify, as Ed asked for to clarify the motion, I'll move that we deny both the special exception and variances as submitted.
Okay.
I'll second. I wanna just elaborate a little bit, though. Because I think I tend to agree with quite a bit of what Carolyn Baldwin
Yes.
said. And I think that having seen it and seeing what you can see from the various aspects and whatnot of the property, I think that it does diminish the value of the property. I think we've got the hardship, the uniqueness of the property not being there. It's not unique compared to the others.
And then the follow-on question of the hardship is that they are already using their
Right, they're
property
already
for-
using their property. I don't think, as far as the special exception is concerned, it's just not an appropriate use. I love the goats. I thought they were so adorable. Just this one tiny little brown one that was just, he kept trying to nibble on my shoe, but I love the goats, but it's just, it's the right idea in the wrong place.
Exactly.
And I think, I believe it was a Wooten's attorney who said it's a self-created problem. And if they had taken the time to do the homework and check out the regulations first, they wouldn't have put themselves in the problem other than bringing all of this in and then wanting the thing legitimized after the fact.
Yep, and that's the substantial justice clause, essentially, that, you know, we're not relieving them because they had an externally caused problem, that it was a problem of their own creating.
Right.
That's substantial justice. Spirit of the ordinance would be maintained if we denied it, and denying it also supports public interest. So I think we addressed the 5 points of criteria.
Yeah.
So it was ever appealed.
I think you're right. I think it's a good idea in a bad spot.
So who had the first?
First.
I had the first,
Second.
and you had the second.
First. Who was the second?
Me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion on the variance? We addressed the 5 variance criteria.
I'd just like to offer only the comment that, like everyone else, I think what they're doing is admirable, trying to do a sustained lifestyle and do sustainable things, but, it's not the right location for it, and, the problem could have been avoided with a little research first.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to deny the variance and the special exception. We stated the criteria. And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Okay. And for any questions on that, please see Patty tonight or Derek at Town Hall on what this means and what you have to do, or what are your options. Okay, we have completed our public hearings for the evening. We've already voted to push the two applications to the September 7th hearing.
Yep.
We do have a couple other things on,
With their file.
Yep.
a couple other things.
Yeah, there was some correspondence in
Yeah.
Oh, we have an,
here that,
we have an application for
a
an
new,
alternate.
Yep.
for an alternate.
So we
Is she
received,
here?
is Judy Leclerc here?
I doubt it.
Anybody know Judy?
No.
Anybody know Judy? Do you know Judy?
I don't know, Judy.
I recognize the name.
She owns the antique place
Oh,
Carolyn.
across the street from
Exxon?
the Exxon.
Or the Gulf now?
Or, yeah, whatever it is.
That's right, she came to ask for the sign
Yes.
that went up over the barn, that's right.
Okay, so we have an application for Judy Leclerc to be an alternate, which would be unbelievably
Next.
Three alternates.
Yes.
I had to update my system
she's
too
the one
today.
that came in here with the sign.
Right,
Yeah,
for
they
the
wanted
antique
to be
store,
the
yeah.
nice sign, and he brought it in on the cardboard box.
Right.
Yeah.
I wasn't here. Man, I missed all that.
You missed all the good stuff.
Nice,
So-
nice couple.
Any comment or discussion on Judy being
I'll make a
an
motion
alternate?
that we accept it, right? We don't
Correct.
have to,
We would appoint her.
right, I make a motion to appoint her as an alternate.
Do you have a specific term that you would recommend? 2008 to 2011 or 2009 to 2012 terms are available?
Where's
9
that?
to 12, it keeps her here longer.
And that was on our, on
I hear the
our
train coming.
activity.
Oh.
Derek had posted which
Hear the
Yeah,
terms are
Vivian
still.
got appointed.
Railroad.
Yeah.
Where is she?
I don't know.
She should have been here. So we have a motion to accept
Call her, she probably forgot.
accept her application to appoint her to the 2009 to 2012 term. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. Okay, well, Patty, do you have an application for us to sign for her?
No?
Okay. At some point, we'll have to,
The appointment papers, you mean?
yeah.
Yeah, he can have it for the next meeting as long as she gets sworn
Yeah,
in.
she has to be sworn in.
Right.
Let's go to town clerk.
Or do we have to sign? if
We
I
sign
remember,
it
We have
first.
to sign before she gets sworn in, something like that.
I'm surprised that Derek didn't have the paperwork ready. He did last time.
Did he?
Yeah.
Who this
Yeah,
is?
no.
This is,
Well,
is it,
that was for
If
me.
he did, it would have been your correspondent.
is
Oh,
this
wait, let
Mike
me look.
Walsh?
Yeah, there's a
Fine.
volunteer application form for town committees and commissions.
No, we just voted on that.
Is this
Okay,
name
but now what's the internal use only below it?
But there was some appointment papers
He's
that we had,
Walton.
I think.
Mike
Yeah,
Walton.
there's a letter that would.
Committee meeting,
Maybe
oh.
Yeah.
And Derek has his determination, which is different.
Are we supposed to do anything with
I
this
didn't
other
even
than?
There's no action needed.
Right, okay, so I was just gonna address those. There was two things that were presented to the board. An administrative classification for proposed salvage automobile broker made by zoning code enforcement officer.
Yeah, Penny Pinich.
And then I was most interested in the letter from Linda Bingham
Yes.
regarding the garage under construction. So it was basically a letter that says, I'm doing this and you got a problem, and
I'm not,
so,
If I may, and I will
yes,
confess bias in this, the Waltons are pretty close friends of mine.
yeah.
Now, this is a very, very long-running neighbor dispute with this particular neighbor.
which one are you speaking to, the garage?
Dignam, or Dignam. They're-
Dignam?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Waltons are that big, there was a big barn fire down on River Road where their entire
Yeah.
barn went down
Yeah.
in a big flame. They're in the process of rebuilding now, and I just know from being friends with them for a number of years that this is a particularly long-running and nasty neighbor dispute.
Okay,
Yep. The, what is it, the Hatfield and the McCoys. But I also want to say,
probably
on behalf
worse,
of
in
Mike
fact.
Walton, Mike Walton is one of the, works for DPW on the sewer side. He's a manager now of the sewer operations at DPW, and he coordinates with the sewer commissioners. And I've spoken to him about his barn, and my conversations with him, I do not feel that he was increasing the size of his barn, and he was not doing anything that differently than that which he had before.
Okay.
So
That was my understanding.
that
They
is
were
my
rebuilding to
understanding
the
from
original
talking to
footprint.
the same footprint, and that there had been a loft up in the top that I guess was like like a loft area for people to go up there and to sit, but it was not an apartment or anything of that sort. It was just a recreation area if you wanted to get out of the house for a few minutes.